Good afternoon on this Wednesday, June 12th, 2024. Grant and Danny with you on the Fan. Coming up at 4 o'clock, we've got a 4-pack of tickets to the Giant Barbecue Battle for you to win ahead of the Beltway Blitz. That's 2 hours from right now. You will hear Jaden Daniels with the media out in Ashburn on this show today, live on Grant and Danny. What's up, Daniel?
What a beautiful day. It's the last day of school for the at least the lads in Fairfax County. We are bracing ourselves for the whirlwind of summer activities, boys at home complaining about boredom and expecting their parents to do something about it. It's just a different phase. But the wife and I are steeling ourselves for the whirlwind that is to come.
Congratulations to all of the students.
Yes.
Getting out for the summer. The greatest feeling in the world. There is no way to replicate that feeling as an adult.
That's right.
You are a kid. It's the last day of school. You walk out to the bus. Did your teachers wave you goodbye? That was our thing.
Yes.
In King George. All the teachers would come out. And you don't know it as a kid getting on the bus at the time. But they're more excited than you are.
And it's not close.
I mean, they've got trips planned. Yeah. They've got things to go do. Best 3 things about being a teacher are June, July, and August.
Yeah.
Right?
Why does your thermos smell different today? Yeah, there's a reason.
So they're just waving goodbye. You're just thinking about super soakers and the pool.
Going to the pool.
And, sunscreen and King's Dominion. Greatest feeling in the world is that last day of school. So if you're headed to pick up your kids or you got something planned this afternoon for the last day of school, enjoy that.
Yeah, kids. For my youngest, they have a pool party that's like sanctioned by the school and the little community. So they're literally just going to leave class. Like it's actually like happening right now. They're going to sprint out of there and they're going to descend like locusts to the pool. It's like the scene in Caddyshack when the caddies are allowed for 15 minutes. They're going to be eating snacks and spending hundreds of dollars at the snack bar, just frolicking to the pool. It's great, man.
I don't even remember ever truly being excited about an event or something on the last day of school. I wasn't looking ahead to vacation, right? It was just the idea that I'm not coming to this building for a couple of months.
Right. You can't make me come here.
If I want to wake up early, I could do that. If I want to sleep in, maybe I'll do that. But I'm not going to be here taking quizzes and tests. Whereas an adult, I think with summer, you're going, okay, so we're going to be at the beach next week. 4th of July, we're going to have the cookout at the house. Like you've got markers on your calendar. As a kid, it's not that.
Is there
Mom and Dad will tell you where to go, but you just essentially knew you weren't going to be in school.
Was there an age that you remember? I'm not going to quiz you on the year because they all run together, of course. But is there an age generally that you remember where the summer was perfect? Like, you know what I mean? Where like that time seemed to A, go on forever. B, was just like it's untouchable in my memory.
Yeah, my entire childhood.
The whole thing?
Absolutely. I mean, so my mom did daycare.
Mm-hmm.
She would watch technically day to day somewhere like, I don't know, 4, 5, 6 kids, probably closer to 4 or 5 at a time. And then I was one of 4. So we would have a house full of people. It was like an assembly line where she's making grilled cheese and going through 2 loaves of bread a day and just, chopping down on the sandwich and everyone gets, one, whatever.
Right.
And so we would do that or PB&Js. I remember eating fudge rounds and Star Crunches. We're just going through a box at a time because there were 7, 8, 9 kids. But the entire neighborhood would come over to my house every day. And we would call it the side yard, but we would play baseball. That was our baseball diamond. We would play capture the flag. Over the course of time, different games. Like I remember we had a summer where we did a lot of bike races. There was a summer where I got a go-kart where we would take that back to the back of the neighborhood and do go-karting shtick. But my house was like the main hub because a lot of kids
people were already there. Yeah.
It was like me and my siblings, then maybe a friend or 2 comes over. Plus we got a handful of kids for daycare. So it was just like everyone's coming over. We're playing kickball out front in the court, all that kind of deal. And that was summer. It was all day long, every day. We also were huge pool people. So I was always on a swim team. We would get to the pool first thing in the morning for practice. And then we would be there until noon or 1 before we went home. And so we would spend 4 or 5 hours at the pool, a lot of times playing baseball in a big yard, or you weren't even in the pool very much. You got there for practice.
And you just like wash off in the pool. Almost.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And you just go play sports or something else around the pool.
Because the best ones to me were once I was old enough to not have to go to a camp. You know what I mean? Where it's like campus, it's glorified school. It's like a babysitting service because your parents are working or whatever. And you drop you off at 8, the same time you had to be at school, and you get picked up at 4, the same time you get picked up from school. It was fine. It was more fun than doing reading and writing and arithmetic, playing dodgeball and like whatever. But still, it was like a camp, and it was like an obligation. Once I got a little bit old enough, so like that 10, 11, 12 range, where same thing. I don't have to go to camp. It's fun if I'm here by myself for a little bit, for a little while.
You have a little freedom.
A little bit of freedom. So I'm like ripping through Nintendo games in the morning. Pool opens at noon. I'm there. I've got actual like team baseball or basketball or whatever kind of practice in the afternoon and the evening. And I'm like, I'm a king. I am royalty. Like these are perfect days to me. I'm eating junk food. I'm doing 3 things that I love so much, and nobody's yelling at me. Like, this rules.
See, I was never a camp kid.
Yeah.
We did, here and there when I was very little, maybe like a week of Bible school camp or, whatever that is. Or when I was a little older, you would go to 4-H camp in Front Royal, Virginia.
Mm-hmm.
And you would take a big charter bus and you would bus for 2.5 hours and get off in the mountains. And you were there for 5 days for 4-H camp. But I mean, day to day, like where kids are in summer camps for weeks on end as daycare, because my mom was home.
Yeah, she was home. Yeah.
Lucky looking back, we didn't have that. So that freedom was always there of, all right, tomorrow Madden tournament at my house, 9 a.m. Like that. It was
awesome.
Just all summer long.
Dude, you riding bikes to the pool? Yeah, I am.
It's funny though. I don't remember playing a ton of video games in the summer, certainly at night, but we were outside all day. And I hate the idea of that now. I mean, it just sounds terrible.
I know, right?
But the other thing we did with the daycare was we would have different events each week, like on a given day. So every Tuesday we'd go to a movie. Every Thursday we'd go to King's Dominion. You think about
Thursday was King's Dominion Day.
We would go to King's Dominion.
How much sillier was Thursday than like Monday?
Oh, the best. Wednesdays were swim meets, so we'd have to lay around and watch movies, and I'd have my little like events written in black Sharpie on my hand, 25 freestyle, 25 breaststroke, whatever else. I was terrible. Didn't care at all. Like most things. I just didn't really invest.
I can't get into this. Yeah.
I went to the snack bar. I did shtick, tried to get on the microphone a couple times and call out some clerk of the course numbers, but that was about the extent of my interest. But yeah, man, the summer, you counted down. And then the worst feeling in the world was when you're looking at the calendar and there's like 3 days to go. You're like, we're back at school next week. That was worse than actually being back at school.
Yes.
It's almost over.
It's over.
It felt like you were never going to get another summer.
Well,
time moved so much slower then.
What made it so much worse? Not because it's like the threat, obviously. Like, it's looming. It's like when your coach is mad, you're gonna have to like run your into the dirt that day, and like you're dreading it all day long. But it's like multiple days beforehand. But beginning before those last few days, your parents holding this thing over your head going, it's not going to be like this when you go back to school. We're going to have to come up with better whatever. Like, you can't go to bed this late. You can't do this. You can't do that. Once you get back to school, things are going to change. And it's like, oh, no, stop. Like bringing up all that stuff that like you're having fun now, but just you wait.
It became the monster under the bed.
Yes.
Basically. Like when school's happening, nothing fun takes place. But yeah, there's so many good memories. So I envy the joy.
Yep.
The line that I always think about is from, it must be Knocked Up, I think, where Paul Rudd is talking to Seth Rogen and he says, I wish I loved anything as much as my kids love bubbles. I wish anything could make me feel now like driving home on the bus, that ride home on the last day of school as a kid made you feel. We should all be so lucky to have a little bit
indeed
of that in our lives. Where were you 6 years ago today?
It's a great question. Let me see. What year was that? So that's 2018. I had a little bit more innocence in my eyes. I imagine I was hanging out with you. We were doing middays.
We were together on this day.
We were together
6 years ago.
Uh-huh.
Capital Stanley Cup parade.
That was 6 years ago. We were at Elephant and Castle, dude.
So that
just
one,
knee to knee.
Very personally, right? You and I don't think either of us saw combined 1 second of the parade.
We didn't get much.
We watched a little bit of it on TV. We had the honor, though, of broadcasting live during a parade.
I will make that trade again.
I will always be grateful for. A little different than the Nats parade, which was on a weekend when we weren't on the air, and you and I were on top of a bus going down Pennsylvania Avenue. And
annihilating beers. I mean, Those poor beers thought they were going to make it through the day, and they got destroyed.
It was a great time to be alive. But that was 6 years ago today.
6 years, buddy.
June 12th, 2018, where Bish Bucks, we called him. We just wanted to check in with one of the junkies. See if you can find this audio. You probably can't, because I'm sure it's been deleted from the system by now. That's a lot of computers ago. But during the Stanley Cup parade, the junkies were walking right behind one of the Caps buses. And it turned out to be Jacob Vrana, and I don't know who else was with him. But we're on the phone with Bish, and we're like, give us a scene setter, man. We're just sitting in this bar with a million people. We don't know what's going on out there. And he's talking, and he's like, oh, I see Jacob Vrana. And I think one of us was like, go put him on the phone. So he just walks up to the bus and throws Vrana the phone. And we just start talking to Jake Vrana as he's going
like,
down
hello,
the street.
who's this? We're like, it's Grant and Danny. You're on the radio. He was like, cool. We're like, yeah.
It probably, like, if we listen to it now, wasn't as amazing as I remember it.
But in the moment, it was incredible.
The idea of during the Stanley Cup parade, talking to drunken Jacob Vrana as he's on top of a bus and doesn't know where he is or what's happening is one of my favorite moments.
Nothing will compare to me the entire saga of that day, or like those couple days, where Vrana wearing a short sleeve T-shirt. Okay, you could tell, like, because we spoke to him that day, and I think that was the same day he got the tattoo. Maybe it was the next day, I don't know, but I know that he was Hammer Town. He's showing somebody his tattoo. It's on like his upper bicep, or it's like, it's down by his forearm.
It's like literally by his wrist.
Down by his wrist, and he's pulling his shirt up to like, look at this tattoo, and it's like, there's no shirt within a foot and a half of where the actual tattoo is, and he's trying to explain this is where my tattoo is because he's so hammered. Amazing,
so good. Darius has found it.
You found it already?
I mean, there is no staff like our research staff, and that means Darius on the computer.
Usually they can only find it when I embarrass myself. They find those quick.
I haven't heard this audio in years, so let's give it a peek.
How close to a Capitals player are you right now?
10 feet.
Okay, who is it?
Well, it's Vrana, but
go put Jacob Vrana on the phone real quick.
He's on top of his bus. I can't get to him.
Oh, well, then you're not. That's not going to work, Jason.
You're so tall, though, Jason. You can use your long reach.
I'm going to try. Hold on.
All right, so Jason is getting out of the phone.
They want me to get Vrana on the phone.
He's going to try to go throw the phone to Jacob Vrana.
This is awesome.
Apparently, Vrana's his boy. We're about to see how tight they actually are.
This is the opposite of like
radio show.
He's yelling radio show at him.
No way. What do I do?
Jacob.
Hi, guys.
Jacob
Vrana!
Yeah! Washington Capitals. You're live on 106.7 The Fan. How's the parade, bro?
It's unbelievable. You know what? I love all these people here. They
love
deserve
everyone
it. All
there?
these years, man. They deserve it. And we gave it to them, and they deserve it.
You did it.
Yeah, buddy.
Elephant Castle. Let's hear it for Jacob Vrana. Jacob, has it settled in yet that you scored a goal in the clinching Game 5, bro?
You know what, though? It doesn't matter now because we are the champions, and we all deserve this. Everybody in the team did 100%, and that's what it takes. And all these people here in DC, they deserve it.
We tried to do like an actual interview.
Yeah.
Soon thereafter, I think we realized we get it. The point is you love everyone.
He goes, it doesn't matter.
I like the idea though, where Bish is throwing him the phone and he's just saying radio show.
Radio show.
And Vrana had no idea what was
He
happening.
goes, what do I do? Talking to the phone.
That was 6 years ago today. What an afternoon in Washington, D.C. And the Nats would follow suit a year later and up the ante even a little bit with the parade, although I would say that the Selly for the Nationals, while wonderful, didn't quite match the Capitals.
It didn't, and bless him.
I don't remember anybody swimming in fountains.
No arrestable offenses, mostly for those guys.
That's where we learned how different hockey players are, I think.
GP. 500 points, control the board.
Okay.
500 points and control, mind you. You'll be able to pick the next category. What 4 Capitals scored in the clinching game to win the Stanley Cup? What 4 Capitals scored goals to clinch the Stanley Cup? This is Game 5 against Vegas.
Ooh, I just watched this a couple months ago. So obviously Lars Eller.
That's 1.
We're going to say Vrana.
Vrana's 2.
DSP.
That's 3.
I don't have the 4th. I'll say Ovi.
That is correct.
Let's go.
Boom goes the dynamite.
Let's go.
That's your 4 right there.
And control of the board.
And control.
What a time to be alive. What an amazing run that was. God, that was good.
Ovi on the power play from his office space.
I
do
also like
believe.
listening back to that audio, having not heard it in years. When Vrana comes on and you and I lose our minds, everyone at the bar just starts clapping.
Yeah.
Like he hasn't said anything. He will go on to not say anything that's particularly interesting.
You know what? They all deserve it.
but it's just so great. Everyone just the idea that a Washington Capital was on the phone with us after they just won the Cup. And all those guys were heroes in that moment. We've just been watching them on this 4-day bender just all around town going ham sandwich, which was amazing. And it gave you the ability to just think good things are possible again. Everyone forgets how negative and how, I would say, unable to even believe DC sports fans had become. It was so vitriolic. There was so much animus toward the teams and any kind of postseason endeavor. The second anything didn't go your way, Max Scherzer throws a first pitch ball.
Ball 1. Oh, my God.
Here we go again.
It's over.
Right? You go behind 1-0 in game 1 of a best of 5 for the Nationals, or the Capitals give up a goal up 3-0 in a series. They're about to blow it. That's exactly how this town would react to 100%. Everything. And then the Caps just allowed you to feel like you could believe again. And then a year later, the Nationals follow suit. And since then, it's been brutal. Yeah. If you look at it, like it has been an incredible cratering and drop-off.
Just a wasteland.
Basically, everyone's rebuilding at the same time. But it's okay.
Yep.
Because the venom from that snake bite was taken out and put into a cup.
They took that poison away. 100% they took the poison away. The way I've explained it many times, we talked about this on the air, is this steam pipe is sitting there full, overflowing, bending, breaking, contorting, just turning this pipe into this ill-fitting thing. Doesn't work anymore.
Sounds like a good job for Steam Fitter 602.
Steam Fitter 602. And the Caps just turned that valve. Finally, that release valve. I don't have the hatred anymore. Now it might build up over the next 30 plus years of no conference final appearances or whatever.
It'll build up.
It hadn't come close. I'll tell you that right now. I go, oh, bummer. Caps lost. Okay. I got my 2 championships, man. I am good for a while.
Last 3 Commanders first-round picks among the many players on the practice field at minicamp this week. Jamin Davis, Emmanuel Forbes, Jahan Dotson. In varying levels, huge disappointments at different points over the last few years. But a new coaching staff now on both offense and defense. Which of those 3 players is going to have a renaissance and which will flourish under a new staff? Let's get into that next on Grant and Danny.
much as he can, learning as much as you can from a guy like that, and just picking up something as simple as his routine. Like just learning the things big and small, and going from there to try to put your own thing to it.
Still early, obviously June, but just the nuances of this defense. Can you already tell it's going to be more physical, going to be faster? Can you explain that to us?
Like Coach Witt said before, I don't think he was BSing around when he said it's a run and hit defense. So everybody just, like I always say, we try to run and play with our hair on fire, and that's something that they're living up to right now.
That's Jamin Davis, Commanders linebacker, getting ready to go into his 4th season in the NFL. Welcome back, Grant and Danny. On The Fan, we are exclusively sponsored by the law firm of Condori and Murad. They guide you and your family in the right direction. They will help draft you a will, set up a trust, create a healthcare power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys at kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them that we sent you. You'll get a discount. kmlawyers.com. The last 3 first-round picks by the Commanders, Danny. Jamin Davis, 19th overall, 2021. Jahan Dotson, 16th overall, 2022. Emmanuel Forbes, 16th overall, 2023. All 3, in varying degrees, have had disappointing stretches. Dotson, I thought, was really impressive as a rookie. Took a step back last year. Jamin Davis is never going to reach top 20 pick status, probably at his position. We could say 3 years in, but he's gotten to a point now where he's a serviceable linebacker, and Forbes is coming off of a brutal rookie year that saw him get benched. The thought is there's a lot more in the tank. But those are the last 3 first-round picks from this last regime. They're all still on the roster, and they're now working with different coaches on offense and on defense, and because of that, there is some renewed hope and energy around these players that maybe the problem was not the grocery picking, but the cooking. Maybe the problem isn't that Jamin Davis, Jahan Dotson, and Emmanuel Forbes aren't really talented players. It's that they weren't implemented and used properly. And so we've got some thought, I think, as a fan base, that 1 or 2 or all 3 of these guys could actually still break out this year.
So as I kind of look at this, the organization, be it Peters, Newmark, whoever's in charge of the decision making, they've told you with their actions what they believe in. They believe in Jahan Dotson. Now, I don't as much. We'll get to that in a second, but you could tell by their actions in the draft how they handled the receiver position. A compensatory 3rd-round pick, really a glorified 4th rounder, was their first receiver weapon selection in the draft. And Luke McCaffrey, I like him. I hope he does well, but are we really counting on a 4th rounder glorified to step in and be your number 2 receiver? Maybe he's a number 3, maybe he's a slot guy. There's a confidence vote there in Dotson. Then you look at the cornerback spot. They drafted Sandristil in the 2nd round, despite having a 1st rounder and a 2nd rounder from last year inherited on the roster. You can look at the linebacker spot. They basically are putting Davis in a place that he, I would say, belongs, giving a lot more responsibility to Wagner and Louvu, which I would too, by the way. They upgraded that spot.
Arguably their biggest priority based on resources spent in free agency was to go out and fix linebacker, which had been neglected since the Davis pick almost universally by the previous regime.
Indeed. And they didn't want to pony up for Cole Holcomb. They had no interest.
I mean, Rivera played linebacker on the 85 Bears. Del Rio was a linebacker, and inexplicably to me, they kind of devalued the position. They thought, I think, the league was trending away from that, but the really good defenses haven't. But yeah, to your point, they sunk more resources into linebacker to not have to rely upon Davis than they certainly did at wide receiver. And to an extent, than they did at corner. So they probably view it as Dotson most likely to play really well.
Yep.
Forbes still has a chance to help because they didn't draft an outside corner, boundary corner. They drafted a nickel corner in Sandristil, to use the example you brought up.
Mm-hmm.
And then they're not as high on Davis. But that stands to reason. Like, Davis has played the most. Forbes very minimally was on the grass last year and struggled. And Dotson, in a limited time, has showed the most. You can kind of look at last year, if you want to, as a sophomore slump, because he did have huge moments as a rookie. I say this all the time, but if you go watch his sizzle reel on YouTube from his rookie year, he looks like a dude. I mean, he had some really impressive, great moments as a rookie wide receiver in this league.
Indeed. So again, they're when they roll in, talking about, again, Peters and company, and they go, let's look at the roster. You can tell what they thought pretty easily, right? They overhauled so many different pieces, so many different short-term deals, so many different veterans, so many different short-term contracts just to wash away some of the stink of the previous regime and to say, this is an implementation of a new culture, a new way of doing things, not long-term answers. There are only a couple of guys that you might say would be here beyond one season. Maybe a handful off the top of my head. So it kind of tells you what their eval was. So I agree with you in terms of the hierarchy. Maybe you could parse it up and say, maybe they think more of Davis because they're going to have him do one thing. I don't know if it's a vote of confidence in Forbes or not. That's up to interpretation. I think a reasonable mind can disagree. But their votes of confidence or lack thereof in certain spots kind of tells you what they think.
Question to pose for you guys on the MGM National Harbor listener lines right now, in the chat on the 106.7 The Fan YouTube, wherever you're checking us out today on the Odyssey app all over the country. 800-636-1067 is the number for you. Of the 3 first-round picks who have disappointed recently, which is the most likely to thrive with this new coaching staff? If we were to tell you that either Jamin Davis, Jahan Dotson, or Emmanuel Forbes is going to have a big year, they're going to shine this season, who would you bet on? And why? 800-636-1067. So I would start the conversation by saying Dotson, the 16th overall pick in 2022, because I think he's the most talented. And I think he's shown the most. That is different than saying he will benefit the most from the new staff or coaching. But it is very possible horizontal offense spread out, the sideways raid or whatever we're going to call what they're going to do under Cliff Kingsbury this year, that he will benefit from Kingsbury's arrival. He will benefit from a new scheme. I do think he's going to just be better off because Bieniemy and Sam Howell are not here, who I don't think were good for his business, which is not to say that neither can do their job. I don't think Bieniemy was particularly good, but for whatever reason, the rapport between he and Sam Howell didn't really work, right? For whatever reason, Bieniemy's offense did not favor Jahan Dotson. And some of this is on him. He dropped several passes last year, certainly was not as consistent and reliable as he was a year earlier. But I do think he's the most talented guy. And of the 3, Davis, Dotson, Forbes, he will have the best season. I'm just not sure that the coaching is the reason for that as much as I don't think Jamin Davis should have been drafted in the first round. I think he's probably a third-round type player. I don't think Emmanuel Forbes should have been drafted in the first round. To me, he looks like a mid-round type player. Jahan Dotson, you could say maybe should have been drafted later, but he has at times looked like a first-rounder. And I have not really seen that from those other guys. And that's why I would put my money on him having the best year of the 3.
I think it's a reasonable case. I mean, to me, the answer is actually Jamin Davis. And it's because they're not going to ask him to do what he can't do. I think that's been the biggest problem here, is he's been successful in short bursts running straight. He's good at that. Have him run straight. Now that you have an adult that's going to put everybody where they're supposed to be in Bobby Wagner, now that you got a versatile weapon in Frankie Louvu, Jamin, run straight and fast towards the quarterback. You might see some pressures. Jamin, run straight and fast towards the flat. You might see some tackles. I mean, he's been a 100-tackle guy over the course of a season. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean a ton. It just, you're on the field and you're a linebacker, you might end up with 100 tackles.
Yeah, that and $2 will get you a pack of Starburst.
Yeah,
right?
so
I mean, 100 tackles as a linebacker just tells me you played some football.
Means you're on the field. So he's turned in, very mediocre report cards over the course of his career. And you're right that his biggest crime was that he was a first rounder. If he was a 4th rounder, I go, oh, nice, fine. That's neat. If a guy can run a little bit and play. Absurd he was taken in the first round. We said so at the time, whatever. But to me, I think he'll have his skill set maximized. That's why I like it.
So I think he will benefit the most from coaching along the lines that you're talking about. Because I think this staff will be better at finding out what guys do well and asking them to do it than the last staff was. To me, and maybe this isn't fair, but on the outside looking in, with the perspective that I've been able to glean, I think the last staff was more of a, here's what we run.
Yeah, we do this.
Here's how we do it. Let's do it at a high level. Go. Do the thing we told you to do.
Well, that's been a Washington staple. It's when you go get Josh Norman, who was an all-pro, doing it one thing one way and go, that's great. We do this. Terrible fit, right?
This group is going to follow up on what every coach says. Like, we're going to adapt to our players. We'll see what they do. The proof's been in the pudding for years with Quinn and Witt. and their adaptability and how versatile and multiple they can be defensively. And we've already seen it. They're talking about using Jamin Davis as a pass rusher off the edge.
Mhm.
Ron Rivera never, in every press conference he ever did, and every question ever asked about Jamin Davis, same with Jack Del Rio, they never once talked about him being used in that role as a pass rusher. This group hasn't even coached him in a game yet and is already doing it. They have figured out, watching the film pretty quickly, what a lot of us have been saying for a while, which is the ceiling for him as an off-ball linebacker standing on the second level of the defense is pretty pedestrian. But the one plus attribute he seems to have is the ability to pin his ears back, get downhill, and get after the quarterback. So because of the arrival of some guys that are going to think differently and use him differently, I'm with you. He will be the biggest beneficiary of the new staff. But if you're asking me who's going to have the best season, I would still go with Dotson because I just think Dotson is a better player at his position than Davis is. Not a knock on Jamin Davis as much as I really still like Jahan Dotson. I know we part a little bit on that.
Yeah.
I'm not telling you he's a star. I have scaled back last year's expectations where I thought he would lead the team in catches, but I still think Jahan Dotson could be a tremendous slot receiver. I think he could be a fine second wide receiver in the NFL and a good offense. I think he could be an annual, 65, 70 catch guy in the peak of his career. I believe that.
Yeah. So that's interesting. So now we're talking about what that impact actually is. If he's a 60 catch, 700 yard player, is that going to be more impactful than Davis? I think probably. If Davis is a 5 sack, occasional chaos bringing linebacker that's running around a lot.
Yeah, you average 12 yards a catch, which is about his career average, I would imagine. That's somewhere between 700, 750 yards as a wide receiver opposite McLaurin in an offense where you've got Eckler, where you've got Ertz, whoever else moves forward at the tight end position, Sinnott otherwise. That's a pretty good weapon. Unless Jamin Davis is getting you 7.5 sacks or something like that.
Then it's a different story.
But if he's just your third, fourth linebacker who occasionally rushes the quarterback on passing downs and gives you 3.5 sacks, then it's pretty night and day. But let's take calls on this next. 800-636-1067. We're looking at the last 3 first-round picks. Jamin Davis was taken in the top 20 back in 21. Dotson at 16th at 22. And then Emmanuel Forbes 16th in 2023. We really haven't talked about Forbes much at all, so we could hit him next as well. But of those 3 guys, who would you bet on having a breakout year, and who would you say is the least likely to shine this season under the new staff? We're Grant and Danny.
at the end of a contract or you're in a contract year, and what does that look like? But more important even than that is like this improvement, and we're trying to really push him specifically on the versatility. So you'll see him working some with the defensive line. You'll see him working with Ryan Kerrigan on the side. We're adding, parts to his game that maybe we didn't use, and we're certainly trying to explore that. And so if that's something that he can add value for himself and for the team, then we'll dig in. And that'll take a while as well. That's not something that's in one practice or in 1 week to say, okay, it's there. Let's take the time and work through it. And I've been very impressed by his work ethic.
At Stan Quinn, welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan. Do we have Joe Witt on Jamin Davis as well? I want to hear that for two reasons. One, because it's relevant to what we're talking about. And two, because I love me some Joe Witt. He reminds me of like Mike Singletary, where just the way he says things makes it cooler than whatever he's saying. I'm all in.
Because the ball is life.
Well, that's true.
Right, there you go, yeah.
It's like on a T-shirt, and I kind of roll my eyes when I see it. But when Joe Witt
says it,
now it's cool again.
The way that we live is not for everybody.
I've always said that, Coach.
Mm-hmm.
I've always said that. This was Joe Witt on Jamin Davis.
He's a big, strong, fast man that has the ability to bend. All right, so we want to make sure we get our best players on the field in whatever capacity we can do. We have a history of playing guys in positions that they might not normally be used to, and we're just trying to build our best 11 guys on the field. And he's a big, fast, willing guy that's excited about doing it.
So the question we've got for you on Grant and Danny, which of the first-round picks over the last 3 years who have not lived up to billing breaks out with this new staff, benefits the most from them? Jamin Davis, Jahan Dotson, or Emmanuel Forbes? I think Dotson has the best year just because he's the best player. I think Davis probably benefits the most from the staff change.
I think Davis ends up having the best year. I'm not a believer in Dotson, and I think Forbes, I'm pretty concerned. I think he might get buried before too long.
Yeah, we should come back to Forbes.
Yeah, I think he's returning kicks.
We both have not talked about him in this answer, which tells you a lot, I would say. Let's go to Anthony and Ashburn on G&D.
Hey guys, how's it going today?
Mike. Good.
All right. I truly believe that Jamin Davis is going to be the one that has the breakout year. He's no longer the focus when offenses are looking at the defense and in preparation. They have to worry about Bobby Wagner now. And I think having Bobby Wagner's leadership and know-how is going to rub off on the kid, and I think he's gonna explode this year. I would say Jahan Dotson, but truthfully, I'm a McCaffrey guy. I think McCaffrey's going to steal the spotlight from him this year, truthfully. And I think the more likely will be Jamin Davis.
Appreciate you, buddy. Be a good problem to have if Dotson doesn't shine the way we want him to, because Luke McCaffrey is busy making plays.
I will take that. That would be a nice problem to have.
As far as his first point on Davis maybe not being a marked man for an offensive staff, by that thought, I mean, how far down the board do you have to go before someone's worrying about Jamin Davis? Like, you care more about where's Bobby Wagner, where's Frankie Louvu, where's John Allen, where is Deron Payne, is Johnny Newton playing? Because where's Johnny Newton? You probably in the secondary have to figure out.
Worry about Jeremy Chin.
Yeah, exactly. He might be 8th or 9th on that list. So if in fact that means that he's going to make plays, he should make a whole lot of them. Scott's in Fairfax on the Fan. How are you, Scott?
I'm good. How you guys doing?
Good, buddy.
Great. Thank you for the call, sir.
Yeah, so it's interesting. I was listening to the commercial, and then the coaches said pretty much everything I was going to say. My vote was Jamin Davis because of his raw athletic ability and never been coached like he's going to be coached this year by someone right next to him, telling him what he's doing wrong every time he does something wrong, and Bobby Wagner. And the second reason where I see the potential upside is, he came in as a knucklehead and immature, right? And he did some stuff that set him back, and hopefully he's learned from those mistakes, and now he sounded in his interview that you guys just played as very mature and ready to take notes every time Bobby Wagner talks, and that's the best way to get better quick.
Yeah, well, the Bobby Wagner effect is big, and it needs to be highlighted, underscored,
indeed,
underlined, all of it, because I think it will help him a lot. I will say, though, that Jamin Davis has always been pretty mature, I think, in terms of football IQ, talking at the podium. He's a sharp guy. Off the field, he has had knucklehead moments. He has done dumb things. driving really fast and getting speeding tickets and reckless driving. And I don't remember his specific involvement, but being involved in that tragic accident when it seemed like allegedly maybe cars were racing or going too fast, and you had a death within members of the organization and a loved one, like with DeShazer Everett.
Right.
All of that stuff is very clear that off the field he had some real growth that was necessary. But I've never thought, like at the park, at the facility, that he didn't come off like a pro. I just think they misevaluated what he is. I mean, first they drafted him to be a Mike,
and they said he's Luke Kuechly 2.0 in effect.
Yeah.
Nope.
No,
he's not. Very different player. And that's okay, by the way. Not a lot of guys are Luke Kuechly. But to me, this is the coaching staff element of this thing, I think, is so key. Now, in the past, we go, you got a linebacker head coach and a linebacker DC. They're going to maximize this dude. And they didn't at all. I actually do trust this group to say, we're going to take a lot of things off your plate. We got a Hall of Famer. Not how Bruce Allen says it, but an actual Hall of Famer that's going to be just a couple feet to your right. One of the greatest to ever do it in Bobby Wagner. We have the thing that we thought you were in Frankie Louvu. You're this one dude that's going to run fast. We'll figure it out.
Real quick on Forbes. Theoretically, Forbes should be the answer because Quinn is the DB whisperer.
Mm-hmm.
Witt has made good DBs great DBs all pros. He has made bad DBs pretty good. And yet neither of us is confident, which I think is just indicative of the sample so far having been pretty ugly. But there is a huge upside to Forbes with this staff that we aren't addressing. And I just think it's because we haven't seen enough yet. But there's no better situation for him in the league than for them to go get these two coaches, Quinn and Witt, to work with him every single day. That's a godsend to try to get your career back on track.
Yeah, and it's only been 1 year of bad in that regard, but you're right, to sort of put the train on the tracks and go in the right direction. I think for most people, I think myself included, unless those guys are strength and conditioning coaches, first, second, and third, I'm not sure how much technique-wise is really going to help him, unless he physically changes his stature, which I don't know that he's going to do.
Grant and Danny on the Fan. All right, two things to do next. Aaron Rodgers is not coming to minicamp at all for the Jets. We want to discuss that. Also, I found a TV show that I've been binging that I really, really like.
Oh.
And my guess is you've never seen it.
Okay.
I'm not going to put money on that, but my guess is you've never seen it. It's called Drive to Survive.
How dare you?
F1. I'm kidding.
How dare you,
that
sir?
I'm kidding about. I had you right where I wanted you.
You sucked me right in.
But
Track
seriously, I'm being serious now, Danny.
Yep.
This is serious.
Drive to Survive. He's doing it again. He's going to do it again. Watch.
I found a TV show.
What is it?
I think you're going to want to watch it.
Tell me what it is.
Next on Grant and Danny. Dorian Murad can guide you and your family in the right direction, helping you to draft a will, set up a revocable trust, create a healthcare power of attorney, schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys at kmlawyers.com. Tell them we sent you, get a discount. kmlawyers.com. 1 hour from now at 4 o'clock, we've got a 4-pack of tickets to the Giant Barbecue Battle in D.C. coming up in 10 days, June 22nd and 23rd, next weekend. Thanks to Toby for the update. Welcoming you back in. G&D on the Fan, Darius and Ryan on the production as always today. We didn't know when you were forecasting a hamstring pull over the last few days last night that you were talking not about yourself, but Joey Gallo. You were playing pickup basketball.
He was playing with the over 40s. Must have been, right?
Earlier in the game, by the way, he scored from first base on a ball into the gap. I think it was a triple by C.J. Abrams, and he was on his horse. He was flying. And it's just a reminder that Joey Gallo is an incredible athlete. I think he's been one of the best statistical defensive first baseman in baseball. He's, I think, first in outs above average in some different metrics. So he can do some things. He's a multi-time Gold Glover.
He can move, man.
Has not hit a whole lot. Has struck out as advertised. Power hasn't been there, but he has been a helpful player in some areas. But you were super worried about your pickup basketball game last night.
Indeed, I was.
You left here wearing your headband and your wristbands and all kinds of
calf sleeve, upper thigh, quad and groin sleeve, hamstring sleeve. Yeah,
you made it through the night okay. Joey Gallo did not.
So I think what you're implying, and you correct me if I'm wrong, if I'm misreading this, I'm a superior physical specimen to Joey Gallo. Isn't that kind of what you're saying?
That was not my intention.
That's how I took it. So we can mark that down as that's what Grant said. It's nice of you to say that. I didn't say it, so it's nice that you did.
You did get through the basketball game okay.
Yeah.
General soreness today?
Yeah. I mean, normal general soreness.
Could you have played pickleball at 10 a.m.?
Yes.
Then you're fine.
Yeah. By the way, it's a great litmus test. That's exactly right. That's the way to phrase it. I could have. I didn't today. I had something going on.
I can't believe you didn't play pickleball today.
A day this beautiful. I'm a little bit about it, but I couldn't. I had something to do.
I know Danny Rouillet loves two things.
Yep.
Pickleball.
Yep.
And pickleball. And for you not to have played pickleball, that's an interesting choice.
I don't know if that's totally true. Pickleball, yes. It's more talking about pickleball.
Okay.
Than the second pickleball. See what I'm saying?
Pickleball and talking about it.
Talking about it, yeah.
Well, I'm glad that you're healthy.
Thank you, buddy.
More details to come, possibly?
Yeah, we're going to talk about it. You know who ruins everything is young people. Back to you.
Okay. Oh, yeah, you were already saying you were salty because some youngster showed up and put one on you. It made you feel a little inferior.
Yeah, that wasn't a lot of fun. Looking at a time machine back 25, 26, maybe even longer years. Kid had moves. He did a step back and didn't pull anything.
Here's the TV show I watched the last 2 nights. I have cranked out, I believe it's 5, maybe 6 episodes, and they're 40-plus minutes. So this is like 10 p.m. to 12:30 in the morning viewing.
No finals games on, so you're just ripping them.
Post-Cup, post-whatever I'm watching, post-Nats, yeah. What do you know about the TV show? It's called F1 Drive to Survive.
I mean, when you do this, you're asking me to be upset.
No. So here's the actual show.
Oh.
What do you know about a show called Your Honor?
The Robert Downey Jr. movie?
No. Bryan Cranston.
What?
Dude, it is good.
It's a Bryan Cranston joint?
So here's what I don't get. First of all, Bryan Cranston is a 10 out of 10 in everything that he does.
Yep.
Can we all agree to that, please? It got panned, it seems like, when I look it up. Like, a lot of people didn't like it. And some of the complaints I'm seeing are things like, earlier in the episode, he was in an Uber, but then he had this car. What? Shut up. Everyone shut up with that kind of stuff. Can we just watch the show, please? And the great acting, please? I don't know why people didn't like it. This show, which I thought was a Netflix new joint, because I saw it on Netflix. It's trending, top 5 in the country. I thought it just came to Netflix. It was a Showtime original that aired during the pandemic, apparently. From like 2020 to 2023. I thought it was a mini series with 6 or 7 episodes. It turns out, probably wouldn't have even gotten into it had I have known this, but it's at least 2 full seasons. Looks like maybe 20 episodes. Danny, this show's good.
We got a 50% on the old Rotten Tomato meter here, guy. I'm a little nervous about that.
I don't understand it. Now, is that the critics or is that the popcorn?
That's the people.
I can't help you.
Critics like it a lot more.
Let me tell you what the show's about, and you tell me where I'm leading you astray.
Okay.
Bryan Cranston is a judge, an honorable, legit judge that everybody likes because he spent his very noble, legitimate, credible career in New Orleans doing right by people. They're establishing this in the opening scenes of the movie where, like, he went for a run to corroborate what somebody was suggesting when they were trying to put someone behind bars that didn't deserve it, and he stuck up for this family without any money, and he did the right thing and basically found in their favor. Like, he is a good, honorable man. First episode, so I'm not going to give a whole lot away, right? But I'm just giving you some of the pilot episode. His son is having basically an asthma attack. The son, while reaching for his inhaler, hits and kills this person, young person, that is like on a moped, little motorcycle kind of deal. Bryan Cranston, after the kid does this hit and run and comes home and he's explaining to his dad what he did in one of the most powerful, dark scenes I've seen in a long, long time in television. Great acting between he and the kid. They're sitting there having this moment. He goes, I got to take you into the police office. And the kid already knows because my dad does everything how he's supposed to do it. He's going to take me in. As a parent watching this, though, I mean, it is excruciating.
Whoa.
So there's no mom in the picture. She passed away from cancer a year ago. So he's now driving his son in to the police station to say that he hit and killed this person on this moped. As he's getting out of his car to go turn in his kid, while at the police station, he finds out by this grieving, screaming family across the way that the person that was killed is the son of like the mob boss of New Orleans. This dude who runs the whole town, this dude who's just going to, send you your pet's head on a platter, like crazy guy, right? And he goes, well, we're not turning it anymore. And now we're going to keep this secret and I've got to cover it up. That's your show.
That's a good idea for a show.
That's a pretty damn good
That's
show.
a good idea for a show.
The honorable judge who does everything by the book, turning his kid in until he can't, and now he's trying to protect his kid. Come on. That's good television.
It sounds like a high school chemistry teacher who's flying straight and all of a sudden has to start to, what's the phrase I'm looking for? Break bad?
There are some scenes that are not believable.
Yeah.
I will say, like, a little over the top of like this person came to the house and now, oh no, this person's also at the house. There's a lot of wackiness.
Okay.
It's really good. I'm ultra entertained. It's one of these shows. I don't have these very often where like I can't wait for the Nats game to end so I can start watching it. Like, hey, Jacob Young, get this at bat over.
Like, come on, dude. You're striking out 3 sliders.
Hey, whenever you're ready, Mitchell Parker, like let's move this thing along.
Can we speed up the pitch clock?
But to your point, it was not well liked. So here's what I'm going to do. In the interest of moving this show along,
all right,
to get back into the things that people care about,
mm-hmm.
I want people who have watched this show, please don't ruin anything, but to tweet me at Grant H. Paulson and let me know why this show was unpopular and why everyone doesn't know about it. Does what I just told you, does that not sound incredible?
That is an intriguing idea for a television program.
I'm going to need you to watch that pilot because I'm telling you, Danny, the pilot is unbelievable. The first 20 minutes are stomach in knots, edge of your seat. Like, you can't blink for 20 minutes of this show as it kicks off. It is a 10, Miss Davis, a 10.
So it sounds like something I actually would be interested in. I'd like to see it.
Oh, you'd be interested.
Here's the only issue your pal's got.
Okay.
What's today's date? Do you happen to know?
June 12th, 2024.
You know what comes out on June 13th, 2024?
Bridgerton?
The Boys. Season 4 of The Boys.
Amazon Prime.
Yeah, I'll be doing that.
One last ride, by the way. They're going to be, 5th season's going to be the last one.
Mm-hmm.
They announced that yesterday. So you got this and then the final season.
And then one more.
So knock out The Boys. And then when you're ready, I need you to give Your Honor a look.
There's an awful lot in the queue. I might make you wait 3 years or so and then come back to you like I just discovered it. Just to try to pay you back for all this Drive to Survive chicanery that you've done to me.
I'm just going to say something.
All right, go ahead.
Bryan Cranston.
Bryan Cranston, though. That's a compelling argument.
That's tough, right?
That's a good counter.
You're going to say no to that?
That's a good chess move there.
God, it's good. But it's slept on.
Why have you seen? So how many eps are you in?
I think last night
6
I got
or 7?
6.
Have you seen anything that warrants the bad Rotten Tomato score?
No, not really. I mean, there are certainly a couple things that have happened where I'm like, this is a little hard to believe.
It's a little much.
Or, yeah, like, but so what? Get over yourself.
Right, it's a show.
I even took to, if I'm really in on something, I'll go down the Reddit rabbit hole where, like, non-spoilers, I go to like episode 1 and when I'm episode 4 or whatever, and I'll start reading, the breakdowns and stuff.
Mhm.
And everyone's like taking issue with the car wasn't in the driveway when the scene started and then it was there. And I think it's a lot of these like amateur directors that are angry about a little thing that wasn't done correctly. Kick rocks, man. Here's what I want. I want to sit there and forget about everything going on in the world and just be entertained. And if this show doesn't do that for you, we got nothing in common.
So my rule, and we've talked about this a million times, I know we're going to move on. For whatever the rules are for a show or a movie or a universe, whatever you're creating, as long as you follow those rules, it's fine. And here's what I mean. When you set yourself up in this is a real world thing with real consequences and action, reaction, normal kind of stuff, we're not a guy that's a regular, ordinary citizen isn't going to like jump off a cliff, shoot a bow and arrow at a helicopter and blow it up a 1 in a gazillion shot to save the planet. If it's a regular type thing. If it's a fantasy, crazy thing where we've already got aliens speaking a different language and quasar lasers and whatever else, I'll play by your rules. Does it violate its rules? You see what I'm saying? It's grounded.
I don't think so, no.
Then I could be in. So I don't do the it's unrealistic. It's fiction.
It's also not an easy watch in the sense that it is angsty, right? It is an anxiety-ridden ride. Like, you are constantly anxious watching it, the way that they shoot things and the way things are done. And another hat,
dude, it sounds like Breaking Bad, honestly, in terms of the tone.
It's a calamity of errors, essentially, where it's like, okay, they solved this, but now this other thing just popped up, and they're going to put duct tape over that hole in the boat, and now something else springs. And it's like, okay, now they don't have to worry about this guy anymore. It's constant. Just give me an hour.
All right.
Give me an hour.
All right.
Netflix, Danny Huhe.
Freda Felcher from Cranston.
Let's go. Aaron Rodgers is not at minicamp. We don't know why. Did you see that Chase Daniel today said, wait until you guys find out why Aaron Rodgers isn't going to minicamp? Alleging, it seems
I saw that.
Like he knows what's going on, and it's pretty hilarious reason as to why Aaron Rodgers isn't there. We found out yesterday he wasn't going to be there for an excused absence for the 1 day, but then today it came down that he will miss all 3 days. Now, to his credit, he was at all the non-mandated stuff all offseason. So he's been there every step of the way until now. But he double books his schedule. He's got 2 things to decide upon on June 11th. You knew when the minicamp was, man. And he's got something else that he has decided is more important than football on the 3 mandated non-training camp days of the offseason from the Jets as the starting quarterback who makes all of the money.
It's unexcused. I don't know how to get around that. You know what I mean? Like, if people lives happen, you have a mandated court appearance, which requires you to be there in person for whatever thing you may have done, may not have done. You're a witness. Things happen to people. I've had to miss work. You've had to miss work. Stuff goes on, right? This is all mandated. This is all when it's unexcused. You've gone AWOL. You see what I'm saying? Like, when it's unexcused, you haven't notified proper people, or they've told you that's not a valid enough excuse, and you're doing it anyway.
They want you there, and you said no.
Yeah,
that's what that means.
Right. I mean, I don't know. It's impossible to compare the regular job to football quarterback, obviously, because that's just a different animal. But that's part of my reason for I find this so irritating.
Yesterday, we had Nate Davis on the Beltway Blitz, and I said to him, this has been a disaster, right? And I'm taking the injury into the equation, which is not Rodgers' fault or the team's fault. I just mean that the trade that you made to bring him in for what is probably going to be a 2-year run, at most maybe 3, but probably 2. He gets hurt 4 plays in, and you don't make the playoffs, and you sell off on Wilson, and it's just kind of been a nightmare. And now this offseason, he's in the news constantly. Is he going to run for the vice presidency with RFK Jr. or not? And he opts not to, and he says he's going to keep playing because his heart is still with football. But now he's got some other obligation. And, oh, by the way, whether you agree or disagree with any of his stances, I don't care. But he's in the news incessantly for all kinds of weird and outspoken and unpopular takes on things. He loves being in the middle of everything at this point. How could anyone say this has not been a complete disaster for the Jets so far? they've gotten nothing good out of it from a football
Yeah,
standpoint.
mostly around the injury, honestly. Like you knew
Sure, but
you
that's
knew
part of it.
Yeah, of course. You knew the weirdo was going to show up and do his thing, but you were counting on, 4,200 yards, 45 touchdowns, and 8 interceptions.
Which is why
and that, of
I
course, didn't
wanted him.
happen. Yeah.
But my point is, like, people say, well, poor Ron Rivera, he didn't know Ryan Fitzpatrick was going to get hurt, and that's true. But when you sign a quarterback who's in his 40s, you know what happens? He might get hurt. You went and got one of the oldest quarterbacks in the league, and now you play victim when the guy gets hurt. Now, again, not your fault, not his fault. But it's not like you signed a 24-year-old in their prime. As you get older, the risk of injury goes up.
Indeed.
The risk of not being available goes up. That was part of the calculation, I'd say, for the Packers. That was part of the conversation for them was, do we want to keep doing this? Are we sure? He was constantly banged up. He missed the season with the knee. He had all kinds of problems at the end of his time there. And he would gut through most of them. He's super tough. But this has been a nightmare.
No, it hasn't gone well.
And the Packers look like such a winner. You got Jordan Love,
I know,
who's really good and really young. They haven't extended him yet, so he's still on a cheap deal. That'll change. But they made the playoffs. They blew a team out in the playoffs last year. They gave the 49ers fits that would have been in the semifinals. So they almost, they're a game away and for a fourth quarter away from the NFC Championship game in year one without Rodgers last year. Meanwhile, look over at the Jets, and the dude's not at minicamp.
Yeah, they played Zach Wilson 16 times or whatever the numbers were. Yeah, it obviously hasn't gone well. But back to the absence thing. I understand. This is the same conversation we have every year about OTAs when Chase Young would skip or someone would skip and they would go, and then the person would just call and go, "It's voluntary." I would like to never hear that again in my life, by the way, just for the record. I like to shoot that phrase, the way people say that, into the sun.
You forgot to clap while you said it. Voluntary.
Explode,
Do it
please.
with me. Ready?
Voluntary. Why am I on a rocket ship going straight to the sun? Please. But this isn't. This is the mandatory thing. There's such a limited amount of time.
You know what this one is?
Mandatory. Again,
Pop Darris over there.
It doesn't
like
mean
that.
he's going to miss an out route in November. It doesn't mean that, the first underthrow or the first interception, it's because you didn't go to minicamp. I understand that. He's a pro. He's put in all the time. He's a Hall of Famer. If he retires today, if he retires tomorrow, if he retires in week 6, he's one of the best to ever do it. It's just, I find this so annoying. I find it so annoying. His predecessor in Green Bay was pulling this same crap. That is much, I'm going to be a candidate for write-in for some sort of elected office. Not as much, social stances or whatever the hell Rodgers has in addition. But I can't do the thing that everybody else does to be part of the team. It's just so easy to go. It's just so easy to go to your job. Just go to your job. They pay you so much money to go to your job. Just go to the job. You know what I'm saying? Like, I just have no patience for this. There's no leeway for me. If there's a real obligation, something is going on, guys get excused from these things all the time. That's routine. And it is an excused absence. The unexcused absence, when you're required 3 days, the first half of the year, 3 days to show up. Oh, it's so annoying.
I want to be very clear that Rodgers is doing the wrong thing by not showing up. And that is, you can put a period on that sentence, in my opinion. You're the quarterback and it's mandated. I also think, second sentence, this is not an excuse for Rodgers. I'm not Team Rodgers here. Robert Saleh handled this badly because of using the word unexcused when it sounds like they knew he was not going to be there and he came to them. He was at the facility for photos and things, and then he left. Clearly, they're annoyed and they want him there, which I get totally. But because it's your quarterback, because it's a superstar, when you've opted into this relationship with Rodgers, I think you've opted into letting him have his Nolan Ryan rules a little bit, right? The whole reason Green Bay and him were at odds is because he didn't get treated like a superstar. And among other things, he wanted Rodgers rules. So you've opted into this charade. You've opted into this clown show. And now you're upset that he's not at camp because he's got some other obligation. I think what Saleh probably should have done is just swallow it if you're angry and downplayed this. Like every coach does almost every time someone's not there, generally. Saleh also did the same thing with the edge rusher. Is it Hassan Reddick, right? Who's not showing up? Where he's like, yeah, we have no idea, man. Very weird to answer it that way. hey, we really like Hassan Reddick. He's going to be here. We know he's working hard. You don't have to actually believe any of that. Just say that publicly. He didn't. It became a story in New York because they're upset at Hassan Reddick. Saleh did the same thing with Rodgers. This is Saleh at the podium.
So we've got 2 inexcused absences. One obviously being Hassan. Spoke to him over the weekend. Appreciate the dialogue. He's in a really good place mentally, working his tail off like we already know. And but he's choosing to sit out this one, inexcused. The second one is Aaron. Aaron and I spoke before OTA started. He's been very good in communication. He's been here the entire time. It's inexcused, but he had an event that was very important to him, which he communicated.
So I don't know where you're at on that, but to me, I just think he added fuel to a fire. And the fire was created by Reddick. It was created by Rodgers, and it's their fault. But I think as a coach at the podium, sometimes your job is to diffuse, and I don't think he did that.
He did not. And what that sounds like is something that Washington fans should be very familiar with.
Oh, yeah.
We know this one. This is the, hey, my fault. You gotta look at the other guy. It is when things have not gone well, and there's plenty of reasons they haven't gone well, by the way. I don't know how much is Robert Saleh's fault. Some is. I'm sure everybody shares the blame, and he's in charge ultimately, and he's certainly at risk. But when it starts to go bad, you find people doing a little CYA, and that is what that is. That is a reflexive response to put distance between the person that's not doing the thing they're supposed to do and you. It's a cleared line, right? Where it's like, I'm on this side, the doing my job side, they're not. And that's what he's trying to do there, whether it's advertent or not.
He's Danny, I'm Grant, this is the fan. The tweet's still pouring in. For what it's worth, the G&D listeners love Your Honor to a man, one after another. Like, I can't believe people don't love it. This is a great show. It's incredible. It's amazing. You'll love it. This is the best. A couple people have said season 2 fell off big time. I'll worry about that when I get to season 2. I'm thoroughly enjoying myself on episode 6 right now. Next on G&D, one of the most popular and successful coaches in the league over the years got a 3-year extension, but there's been some pushback on that decision. We'll dive into that on the Fan. Yesterday, the Pittsburgh Steelers signed Mike Tomlin to a 3-year contract extension. Tomlin is the longest tenured head coach in the NFL. He has been in Pittsburgh since 2007 when the Steelers went 10-6. 4 times in his first 5 years, they won double-digit games. There was another 4-year run where they won 10 to 13 games every year in double digits from 2014 through 2017. But they've only had one season with more than 10 wins since 2017. And when you dive into some of the particulars on Tomlin, who I think you and I have long agreed is one of the best coaches in the NFL, in terms of leaders of men, getting a lot out of whatever group he's got, there are very few coaches better than him in the league this moment.
Yeah, I mean, for me, if you gave everybody the same 53, he would be among the top. I don't have it at the top of my head, but he'd be among the best 4, 5, or 6 guys to get the most out of that group.
And the calling card for him, the most popular item on his resume that people like to point out is that he's never had a losing season. They've gone 8-8 several times, but they've never lost more games than they've won, which is an accomplishment, not one that gets you a banner or anything, but it is a big deal. It speaks to the culture they've created, speaks to his acumen, his quality as a coach, the staff he puts together. They elevate there, and that's the job. So I've always liked him. I would hire him in a heartbeat, I think. But I bring this up because I realized last night that the discourse on Tomlin was interesting. It wasn't, oh, Mike Tomlin got a 3-year extension. That guy's an awesome coach. Of course he did. There was actually a little more of a back and forth that I initially bristled at, and eventually I kind of understood, which is to say, this league, the National Football League, just said no to Bill Belichick. He got fired, by the way, the greatest coach of all time, after a couple bad years with the Patriots, out of a job, and then couldn't get interviews. Got a couple of teams to return his phone call and just sit down with him. That was it. And nobody was interested in hiring him. We've seen a guy like Andy Reid, after annually getting to the NFC Championship game, a perennial contender, maybe the best coach in his conference, get fired by the Eagles. Now he quickly got a job with the Chiefs. But coaches lose jobs in this league that are really, really good all the time. And you look at the Steelers, Danny, and you look at their playoff success or lack thereof, they haven't won a playoff game in like 6 years. And the last time they won playoff games, the Chiefs, led by Alex Smith on a day where the Chiefs didn't score a touchdown, beat them. The Steelers beat them, rather.
Mm-hmm.
And in that same postseason, they beat Matt Moore-led Miami. The year before that, they beat a Bengals team with A.J. McCarron. So you got to go back almost 14 calendar years to find a time when the Steelers were beating legitimate quarterbacks in the playoffs. Think about that. 2010, that's so long ago. And I know you and I are always very quick to dismiss people whenever they knock Tomlin because we're both Tomlin guys. But that's a real thing.
It is.
And he's a defensive-minded coach in an offensive league. They haven't figured out the O-line. They've been trying for years. Post-Roethlisberger, quarterback's been a disaster. And I think you'd agree with me that when you have a defensive-minded coach, it's harder to get those things right. And they have fallen victim to that. And it's been a long time since this team that was supposed to win Super Bowls every single year has been that kind of club. He got the 3-year extension yesterday to continue down this path.
So a couple notes here. So I'm gonna talk out of both sides and contradict myself probably 7 or 8 times. I think he's still an excellent coach. That's number one. Number two, a lot of those, they haven't won a playoff game in. Sure, that's factual. I can't argue with that. He also happened to be coaching at the same time during the New England Patriots dynasty, during still Peyton Manning's heyday, before he wasn't able to do anything anymore in Denver or in Indianapolis, et cetera. There were great teams, always maybe a little bit better than they were, that they were going up against the times when they're losing some of these games, or part of a really, really good division. They didn't make the playoffs one year at 9-6-1. This is a really, really good program. His major weakness to me is that he's too loyal. That's not a terrible weakness, by the way, but it's obvious to anybody that looks at the league that would go, Matt Canada should not be the offensive coordinator of this professional team, let alone maybe most Division I college teams. There's a great spot for him, but it ain't there. And he's riding with Matt Canada for years and years and years while they just tread their, barely tread water.
To that point, it's part of my fear, like to localize this to Dan Quinn. I've never said and have never once thought Dan Quinn's not a good football coach. Frankly, I would even say the same thing about Ron Rivera. I think Quinn might be a little bit of a better coach because he's younger and has more energy. But my point has always kind of been it's just harder when you're a defensive-minded coach and you still got to figure out the quarterback thing. When he had Roethlisberger in his prime, it was okay. But since then, trying to figure quarterback out has been a shabingus.
It's been a mess.
And they're 3-8 in the playoffs over their last 11 playoff games with their only playoff wins. Again, you're talking about A.J. McCarron, Matt Moore, and Alex Smith on a day where the Chiefs didn't score a touchdown. Like, that's the whole list since 2010.
Yeah, 4 times in 5 years. Excuse me, 5 times in 5 years. They had a top 10 offense. Once it was 10th. The other times it was 6, 8, 4, 7. When you look at points, yards, etc. With Randy Fichtner, I believe I'm saying the name correctly, he's the offensive coordinator. I don't know where he is now. I don't know what he's doing that's productive or otherwise, but they still had Ben Roethlisberger, who was still able to sling it around. And that's when they had their most success. They haven't had a quarterback worth a damn, despite they try, but they have swung and missed, haven't been close there. And they've had terrible offensive systems, personnel, coordinators, the whole 9 yards. So that some of that falls on Tomlin, by the way. As a guy that's been around for that long, you would think he's pretty influential in player acquisition, development, who the OC is, what kind of system you want to run, any input notes there. They've been a disaster on that side of the ball, both basically the last, I think it's 5 or 6 years, and then the previous several years with him since that Super Bowl run when he was only 36 years old, coming in as the second-year head coach. And then they won the AFC, I think, a couple years later, lost in the Super Bowl again. Basically, bookending those times, they've had a terrible offense. And if your point is, yeah, that's a byproduct of how this league is now, that's a pretty valid point. That's hard to argue against.
Yeah, I think 2 things can be true. Tomlin's an outstanding head coach. And also, if you're a Steelers fan and you want to try to do something else with an offensive-minded head coach that could help develop and groom a quarterback, and you try to prioritize scoring and offense over having a great defense, because that's the philosophy there is just antiquated to me. Like, they are still paying with a checkbook to an extent, which is let's play great defense and special teams. Let's win games 17-13. And that's kind of how it's been for a long, long time. Hasn't always been that way, but post Roethlisberger, that's kind of been their best path forward. So for people that are going to come down on Tomlin and say he hasn't won a ring since his second year at 08, I think that's ridiculous. But there's a difference between that and suggesting they haven't really won playoff games in 6 years. They haven't beaten good quarterbacks in the playoffs in 15 seasons or whatever it is now. Like, I think there is probably a conversation to be had that I'm often dismissive of. A, because I think Tomlin's awesome and I would hire him in a heartbeat, and B, because I think he's a great head coach. But I don't know. Can I say that and then also be so dismissive of the idea of hiring Dan Quinn? Because it's really coming from the same place for me, which is to say, Tomlin to me is a better coach. Like, he's the best version.
I was going to say, he's got a lot more deposits in the bank that are positive,
Totally.
I'd say.
He's the best version of going the defensive route. But that's not the best route to go. And if that's the case, and I think it is, then when someone says extending him for 3 more years rather than taking the giant risk of finding Mike McDaniel or Kyle Shanahan, you could get that wrong. You could make a hire. You could try to
Josh McDaniel.
Ben Johnson can make you look foolish. You could bring in Josh McDaniel. And the Steelers don't really play that game. They hire a guy, and he kind of tells you when he wants to leave 20 years later. That's what they've done. Cowher did it. Now Tomlin's going to do it. They've had basically 3 coaches for like 50 years or whatever it is.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. I think Washington's had 11 for every one they've had, something to that effect. But yeah, I mean, so if you're asking, can you still have that conversation? I do think so. I guess the point I would say is,
I just wonder if I ran the Steelers, would I have signed up for 3 more of Tomlin, or would I be looking to make a move into 2024 where I'm trying to find Mike McDaniel? And my guess is I might come to the realization that I need to go the other way.
So I would keep Tomlin, but I would have some stipulations. Let's have this conversation. We can't do that Matt Canada thing, whatever we call that. Now, I know Arthur Smith's there now, but in other words,
well, that's what they did because they brought in Arthur Smith.
Right. But I'm saying that this is how I would have done it. And they may have. If something is broken and it's awful and the rankings say so, not my opinion, not my evaluation, but like the numbers dictate that it's terrible, not working, we're not just going to keep running it back for 2 or 3 or 4 more seasons when it's obviously broken. We got to be able to make a change there. We got to have a structure in place so we don't have a giant fall off when our quarterback leaves.
We got a 4-pack of tickets to the Giant Barbecue Battle in D.C. coming up next weekend. We'll give those away right at the top of the hour in 20 minutes at 4 o'clock. Let's get you a double play next on Grant and Danny. The double play on Grant and Danny every day at this time, driven to you by your local Washington area Honda dealers. Stop in for a great deal on the rugged and capable Honda Pilot. Contact your local Washington area Honda dealers today. Tickets to the Giant Barbecue Battle 12 minutes from now.
Played some pickup hoops last night, GP. We emerged unscathed. No injuries to speak of. It was a lot of fun. It was cool to be back on the court. First time I'd played like competitively, not like in a league or anything. I haven't done that in decades. But since I blew my hamstring out a couple weeks after my oldest son was born. So that was a lot of fun. Pretty much everybody there over 40 as the evening progressed. A couple 20-somethings or recent high school graduates came, like sons of some of these guys that were kind of took over the game, which I understand because they're far more athletic than everybody that was there. But you could tell everybody was good at some point, right? That's like that's the part about it that's both like kind of neat and we're all at the same relative level, but also so frustrating because everybody has these great ideas. You know what I mean? Where you could see there's a shot fake, there's the little hesitation dribble to go by somebody, except the muscles don't engage and nobody goes by anybody, and you just kind of pass it off to somebody, coming off a screen or whatever. A couple observations. Number one, I'm guilty of this probably more than anybody else, but when you get a summer outdoor basketball situation, everybody's so slimy. Like the amount of like sweat slime, shirt slime,
disgusting.
It's just wretched. I felt bad for anybody having to guard me or just deal with me because of that, where it's like if you end up, your hand brushes against my shoulder, now it's like soaking wet and there's nothing to wipe it on because you're soaking wet too. It's like I went through the sprinkler, just so gross and slimy. The other thing, as the games progressed, it's a nice little system. Ended up being with 12 people there. So we rotated groups of 4. So like you go in and out real quick.
You guys
real
had
quick.
12.
12 people. Yeah, this is like a regular thing. I'm the outsider getting included. Games to 7. So it's not like waiting around for too long. And it's also kind of thank goodness, like we're not out there for too long. Does that make any sense? Like we're rotating. But by everybody played 3, 4, maybe even 5 games. A lot of jump shots started to come up a little short. A few front rim grazes, few air balls, few things that kind of let you know that people don't have their sea legs underneath them quite as well.
Well, a little later into the game.
Yeah.
I was playing Friday playing golf. I mentioned this yesterday. I was doing the charity thing with my boy Jermon. And so my foursome was my father, myself, my brother-in-law, my sister's husband, and then one of his buddies who was a bit of a ringer. The guy was like a really, really good golfer.
Mm-hmm.
Did real golf guy things. I mean, we were nowhere near winning this thing, for the record. That we played best ball. It was just, we were out there having fun, whacking the ball around for charity. But early in the day, we're like looking for our ball after a shot for 10 minutes, and by the 17th hole, I was like, I'll just leave it.
Screw it, guys.
I'm just like driving my golf cart.
Yeah,
I'm
if I have to turn that cart an inch to the right, we're not looking.
The amount of balls that we left on the last couple of holes was a high number. I'm like, I'm not even going to get mine. It's fine. And the other thing that you notice is, as soon as someone has a good shot, I was like, I'll take it. We'll take that one. And they're like, you don't want to hit? And I'm like, nope, we'll take yours. I can't hit it that far. So we'll just do that.
Yeah.
And they're like, you should hit it. It's the last hole. I'm like, trust me when I tell you.
We're all set.
But that kind of that point that you're making,
exactly.
where it's like early in the day, there's that excitement and we're out here. By the end of the day, you're just spent. 18 holes is also a lot.
That's a lot.
When you have not played golf in a year since the last time you were at the same charity event, it's not like I'm tired because I'm in a
But
golf
you
cart.
are, but
I'm not walking the course. But it's just an SAT test.
Mhm.
It just wears you down.
It does.
Like, I have enough fun. I always say this when I go golfing. Every time I'm golfing, I tell whoever I'm with. It was my dad this time. We should do this again soon. We should go golfing in a couple of weeks. Let's make sure we do this. I won't play again for 1 year until I'm back at Jermon's thing. I'm
That's
telling
right.
you now. I always have fun. I really legitimately do. Give me a golf cart, but I think I'm a 9 holes guy. 18, I don't care enough. It's too long. My buddies a couple weekends ago hit me up. 2 of my good friends I like hanging out with. And they go, hey, man, we're going golfing. Please come with us today. Like, they really wanted me to play for some reason. They always play together. And I'm like, nah, I'm good. And they were like all week long, like kind of elbowing me in the ribs. Like, you can do it. And eventually I just said, seriously, guys, I'm not coming. And they're like, I can't believe you're not going to come. You don't have anything to do or waiting till after your show. Like, it was a Saturday at noon kind of thing. And my point was, it's 5 hours.
It's
dude.
so many hours.
I'm not committing that. And they're like, Allison said you could do it. Like, she doesn't care. We already talked to her. I'm like, I don't want to leave my house for 6 hours to do that. If I'm leaving my house for 6 hours, I'm going to a Nats game and going and taking the kids to get ice cream or something.
Well, like the nice golf course, you're driving, 57 minutes into something far away.
Also
right?
sneaky expensive.
Yes.
Golf's like $100.
Not even sneaky. It's upfront expensive.
Yeah.
They're like, this costs a lot to be here, sir.
But that was not the reason. The
I
reason
know.
was they started playing at 1. And they met me, like, I was like, I'll meet you guys. Like, it's not that I don't want to hang out. I'll meet you for dinner afterwards. Tell me where you guys end up. I met him at Yard House at like 7. It's like 6 hours later.
Yeah. I mean, some of my best buddies are avid golfers, and it made sense to them. It makes sense when you start to do the math, where it's like I could pay all the time to play golf, or I could pay to belong to this country club, and then it becomes worth it. Does that make any sense? Like, I just can't imagine playing that much golf.
It's a lot of golf.
It's so much golf.
Let me sneak one in really quick here, Darius. I don't think this is why he stayed at UConn, but I can't prove it. Dan Hurley, by not leaving for the Lakers and staying in Storrs, Connecticut, has secured free wings and hot dogs for life from an establishment that promised him if he didn't leave, they would hook him. So that's pretty big. So my question to you, Danny, is there any chance you don't take him up on it where you're just like, haha, that's funny, guys? Like, I think I'm there for lunch a couple days later to claim my first batch of wings and my first hot dog. And how often do you feel comfortable going there and getting free food if you're Dan Hurley before it gets weird?
So the first time I would do it as a bit, where it's like, bring me my wings and dog. After a while, though, because I'm a millionaire, I'm gonna pay again.
I think as long as you hook with a giant tip every time, you could probably do it.
Oh, it's fair. Yeah.
It's like to a restaurant, I would say this, like a car dealership, the cars are just metal to them in a way. It's what they deal in. At a restaurant, hey, your food wasn't good, we'll take care of it. Like that, they got plenty of food. I think I would probably just go in as often as I'd like to at the bar. Like if I like the wings, once every couple of weeks, whatever. If they ever give me a bill, I'm not going to be like, you guys told me it's free. I'll obviously pay. But there's an understanding there. And then each time they hook me, I'll leave. I'm Dan Hurley. I'll leave $100.
Yeah, I was gonna say leave $50, $100, whatever.
For me, I'll leave a 20. If I'm Dan Hurley, I'm gonna leave 100. I'm a millionaire. I'll be all right. But that's the dream, is for someone to say, if you do this, we'll give you free wings for life, and then you do it, and then you get the free wings for life. I might not cash in on the hot dog very often. You got any Old Bay extra crispy back there? I'd like a couple of those.
What do you think we'd have to do to get something like that?
Well, I just don't think we would.
Like we can't. What's the equivalent for us of winning a couple of natties in a row? There really isn't one, right?
I don't think we have one.
Yeah, there's nothing we could do.
And you might get a hero bill every now and then if you go in somewhere and someone likes you. That's nice. I've gotten some of those where it's like, oh, you're very sweet, thank you. You take care of the waiter or whatever.
Yeah, no, the iced tea's on me. I've gotten that once.
But you're not getting with all due respect.
Yeah,
I'll speak for myself.
Okay,
I'm not getting a lifetime order of wings anywhere.
I want a lifetime order of something for free because it's like because of you, buddy.
Because you're
you did it.
Maybe over on campus at VGW.
No,
anybody in the 35 home run club for a career.
They sent me a one of those. Hey, you want to donate to the school letters the other day? I did not.
You'll hear from Jaden Daniels today, right here on Great and Danny at 5 o'clock next. Our Beltway Blitz and those tickets to the Giant Barbecue Battle. The exclusive sponsor of the Grant and Danny radio show is the law firm Kondorian Murrah. They will guide you and your family in the right direction. They'll help you draft a will, set up a trust, create a healthcare power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys by going to kmlawyers.com. Tell them we sent you, get a discount. kmlawyers.com. They do excellent work. They are local guys, huge DC sports fans, big supporters of the show, so support them, please. Caller 10 as promised right now, 800-636-1067. Congrats, you're winning a 4-pack of tickets, the 32nd annual Giant Barbecue Battle, June 22 and 23. That's next weekend. Historic Pennsylvania Avenue. Family fun for everyone. Over 100 free food and drink samples. Giant Corks to Cap tasting tent. Monster Energy Extreme Sports. Live music on the Pepsi Taste More Summer Stage. Visit thefandc.com/events. Danny and I have both been out there and had a blast. It is a great time. I might actually take the fam this time around, if for no other reason than all those samples.
It's so wonderful. Everyone's so nice. Vibe is so good. It's usually beautiful out, and people just want to give you delicious food. They like, hey, would you like some? Yes. Yes, I would.
When is it okay for a sports fan base to cheer an opponent? We will talk about that at 4:25 today. But right now, it is time for the Beltway Blitz on the Nationals. The NBA Finals, Game 3 tonight, and the Commanders minicamp continuing today. Let's get started. How about the Nats? They've won 4 in a row, took extras last night, 5-4 win. Kyle Finnegan, marvelous in the 10th inning to strand the courtesy runner at second. That would have been the game-tying run for the Tigers. Bobby Blanco, MASNsports.com, joins us now. Bobby, do you think Kyle Finnegan is on the trade block for the Nationals, or with control beyond this year, is he a piece they should keep around?
I think he's a piece that they should keep around. If it's me making the decision, I'm going to say Kyle Finnegan and Hunter Harvey stick around. Those are your two biggest trade chips going into the next month's trade deadline, besides Trevor Williams, who is now on the injured list. So he's losing value with every day he's not on the active roster. And you have Dylan Floro, who's pitching well on a 1-year deal that you could probably spin at the deadline instead of Hunter or Kyle, who each have 1 more year of control. And if a lot of things line up right for the second half of this season and going into next year, they add some free agents, big-time free agents this offseason, and you're aiming to be competitive next year, why not have the two guys who have been the, lockdown guys in the back end of your bullpen while already under team control come in, and you have that part of your roster ready to go for hopefully a more competitive 2025. So if it's me, unless someone comes in and blows me away for an offer for either one of those guys, Hunter and Kyle stay.
What do we know about Joey Gallo, and what's the corresponding move?
Joey Gallo, unfortunately, has a left hamstring strain. We saw him pull up lame running down to first base last night. The corresponding move is Trey Lipscomb. He's back on the Major League roster, although not in the starting lineup tonight in Detroit. But, we know how much they love his versatility. He can play third. He can play second. He has played a little bit of first base, although not as well as he's played the other two spots. But he just adds that versatility, and if he gets back in the lineup, another base-stealing threat, a guy who has been able to get on base a good amount in the major league. So he's their corresponding move. Trey Lipscomb's back up in the majors.
So I'm glad they called him up, because I think their only way to score runs consistently and win is to steal bases and try to get to 4 runs, basically. And we saw he had a 3-steal game. Like, as you said, he could do that. But I'm a little surprised because he doesn't give you much power. He wasn't really hitting in AAA. I thought maybe Juan Yepez would get a shot. I think Blankenhorn, who's got the system high in home runs at AAA, he has played 6 games at first. I mean, there were a couple of other things they could have done. Are you surprised at all Lipscomb's getting a third stint in the show here? I'm glad they did it. I'm thrilled. I'm just a little surprised, pleasantly so.
No, I'm not that surprised because he's on the 40-man, so he was an easy guy to call up, and you can option him back down whenever Joey's ready or whoever comes off is ready. So those other guys, you need to maybe make a little more move. I'd have to double check that. I'm pretty sure the 40-man is full. They would have to do that kind of, and like you mentioned, they like Trey. I mean, they want to give him more playing time in the majors. So I agree with you. I like that they called him up to try to get. I was surprised that he's not in the lineup tonight. Maybe just getting him settled back in with the team in Detroit, and then hopefully he'll play tomorrow and this weekend. But yeah, I just think that it was an easy move for him because he was already on the 40-man and has already had major league experience and plays multiple positions.
What do we make of Mitchell Parker's outing last night? He was doing Mitchell Parker things, cruising through 4. I think it was the 5th where the wheels kind of came off there a little bit. What do we make of that?
Yeah, I mean, we've been kind of we're not waiting, but this has been a kind of a magical ride for Mitchell to start his major league career, pitching very well. I mean, last night was the first time he's been charged with 4 runs. Now they were all unearned because of an error, but it was an error that was charged to him, so that's a confusing rule. But you know what? I'm not saying that we've been kind of anticipating him to slow down or not be as effective. It's just that's going to happen with a rookie starter. There's going to be ups and downs throughout the course of his major league career. He's off to a strong start. Hopefully that's one he can just brush off and make his next start and get back to what he was doing, getting a little bit deeper into the game and being really effective.
Bobby, thank you. We appreciate it.
Yeah, anytime, guys. Thanks for having me.
Nats looking for a 5th straight tonight with Jake Irvin on the hill in Detroit against the Tigers. Let's talk hoops. Monumentals, Chase Hughes. NBA Finals Game 3. The wait is over. Feels like it's been a week. It's only been a few days, I guess. But Boston up 2-0. Series shifts to Dallas for Game 3 tonight. What do you expect to change with the series location changing?
Yeah, first of all, long wait in between games. Second of all, I personally am stunned that Dallas is down 2-0 because of the ease that they, beat the Minnesota Timberwolves with. And of course, the Timberwolves beat the defending champion Denver Nuggets. And all of a sudden, Dallas looks completely overmatched through 2 games. I do expect them to battle back tonight. They lost Game 1 and each of their first 2 series, and were able to win those in advance. I think the hole is too deep at this point, down 0-2. But there's no way their offense is going to continue to be this bad. They're averaging 93 points per game. They're shooting 65% from the free throw line. And Kyrie Irving in particular has been a shell of himself. So I expect him to bounce back and for them to put up a fight tonight.
What about if Porzingis can't go? And the indications don't look great. Even if he can play, he's probably not himself. I think it's a much closer series in terms of plus minus with him off the court for Boston. It's been more competitive, at least from a Dallas perspective. If he can't go, what changes?
Well, it definitely hurts their offensive depth. I mean, we saw last game what he can do. He can completely take over for a quarter or a half at a time. And that did a lot for the Boston Celtics to counter what was a great start for Luka Doncic. But I still think that Boston has a lot left in the tank offensively. And that's what makes their 2-0 lead so formidable at this point because, they're not shooting very well from 3. They're shooting 32% from 3 when they were the best 3-point shooting team in basketball this year. And Jason Tatum, one of the most gifted scorers in the league, is shot sub 40% so far this series. So, if Jaylen Brown starts making threes and Jason Tatum, has games that we're used to seeing from him and they make their threes, then Boston has several more gears that they could tap into offensively. And I think that's probably where it's going to hurt them the most, missing Kristaps Porzingis, but they're so deep and they still have so much more to offer on that end that I think they'll be fine.
To that point on Jason Tatum, dumb question in terms of sports talky stuff, but does he need a big game here for himself? I mean, there's no doubt in my mind that he would be the first Celtic drafted in a fantasy draft for all the GMs in the sport. But when the team's in a huddle, it's Jaylen Brown's team. He's the alpha, it seems like, and he's had the better series. And Tatum has had kind of one, I think, really good finals game out of 8 now at this point. He's got one of the lowest field goal percentages in finals history. Does he have to kind of swing the pendulum in his favor with a big offensive output at some point?
I think it would help. I mean, the way this is going, it looks like the Celtics would win the finals and he would not be the finals MVP. And if it was won by Jaylen Brown, then the debate of who's better would certainly tilt in his direction. We heard Jason Kidd weigh in on that early in the series, saying he thinks Jaylen Brown is their best player. I think Jason Tatum winning a ring, no matter what, obviously is going to help his legacy and help his standing as one of the better players in the league. But certainly to maintain that reputation and that standing of it being his team, he's probably going to need to provide a little bit more in the scoring department. Although I do think he's, been a key ingredient for them winning these first 2 games in terms of, breaking down the defense and distributing to teammates. He's played pretty well defensively. So he has, impacted the game in a positive way. But certainly, I think in an ideal world for him, he would have some big scoring performances and take home finals MVP, as well as, of course, a ring.
Chase, thank you as always, buddy. Have a great rest of your week.
Absolutely. You too.
See you, my friend. Hit that sounder for the local 53. Michael Phillips, Richmond Times, not Richmond Times Dispatch, Richmond Radio in the morning. Force of habit, Miguel, I apologize. He covers the Washington football gentleman. So, not OTAs, good gracious. Easy for me to speak for a living right here. Minicamp is underway. All the glowing sentiments for Jaden Daniels are pouring in. It's so hard for me not to kind of get ahead of myself here, but the way the veterans are talking, it does feel different, doesn't it?
It definitely does. Terry McLaurin, man, every answer was like 2 minutes long and just gushing about his work ethic, the praise. You can see the kids got it. And I understand why we, DC, Commanders fans, people who have been around, seen this movie before, aren't going to jump in the deep end. I can't talk either. This is going to be a good segment. Jump in the deep end themselves, because they've been burned before, because they've seen what's happened, when you've, hey, this is the savior, and then it doesn't work out for sure.
There we go. Now he fits in.
Michael. Is that what I'm supposed to do that, right?
Yeah,
guys?
you caught my disease. Everyone did.
Is that how it goes? What do people care about out there other than Jaden Daniels? What are the big storylines?
Well, Austin Eckler spoke with us after practice today, and I think people are really excited about him. He's really excited about being fully healthy this year, chance to be, 1-2 tandem with Brian Robinson. I think that's one of the better positions. I'll tell you something I circled yesterday watching practice. I know we've talked about Jamin Davis now. They've talked about, we can use him as a defensive end. We can use him as a pass rusher. Jamin Davis was a defensive end to practice yesterday. It was wild to see it. He was getting coached by Darryl Tapp, the defensive line coach. He wasn't getting coached by the linebackers coach. He wasn't lining up at linebacker. This isn't some bid or sub package. Like, they're genuinely like, how do we get some usage out of Jamin Davis? Hey, let's try this. I'm fascinated.
To that end, we talked about this a bit earlier on in the program, Michael. The 3 first-rounders over the last few seasons, the other guy, Chase Young, isn't here anymore. So the last 3, Davis, Dotson, and then Emmanuel Forbes. Is there a chance Emmanuel Forbes has, I don't want to even call it a breakout, but has some kind of renaissance where he looks like he belongs in the league and could be a starter here or something like that with the addition of Dan Quinn and Joe Witt?
Yeah, it's funny you mentioned that because the 2 guys practicing kickoff returns yesterday were Emmanuel Forbes and Jahan Dotson. Your last 2 first-round picks, and then Jamin Davis is doing his weird I'm a defensive end bit. It really laid pretty starkly how bare this cupboard is, right? And I know everybody wants to say, but Houston did it. Look what Houston did last year. I'm going to throw cold water on that. This roster isn't as loaded as Houston's roster was last year. I think they can make steps forward. I think they can get production out of these guys. Forbes is a guy who absolutely, and you saw little flashes of it towards the end of last year. And the thing I keep coming back to is maybe they overdrafted him, sure, but another team was going to draft him, probably in the second round, no later than the second round. Somebody was going to move back in and get him. Like, he's not a full bust of a football player. There is talent there. Just need a little defensive coaching to bring it out of him.
Michael, any of the other rookies showing well in practices?
Yeah, San Ristel's been getting a lot of run as a slot corner. You can tell they really like him. They want to get him on the field as soon as possible. And that, you can't say this about a Michigan guy and an Ohio State guy, but what you hear about him is really similar to what you heard about Terry McLaurin the year he came out, right? Terry McLaurin, the talk coming in was, could be a special teams ace, a depth receiver. We love his leadership. We love his character. You heard a lot of those same things after the draft about Mike Van Ristel. Hey, we love this guy's character. We think he can develop into a really good football player. He'll be an ace on special teams. He's team captain kind of material. And then you see when they get out there, he is more than that. He can hang at this level. I don't know if that means he starts week 1, but I'm putting some chips on that for sure.
Last year, Brian Robinson had 214 touches, combining carries and receptions. Does he have more or less than that this year, assuming health?
My gut says less than that this year. I think they're going to want to get Jaden Daniels with more options, spread it around, get more people involved, right? I don't think Zach Ertz is here for window dressing. I think he wants to catch footballs and log catches at tight end. I think Ben Sinnott, I think they're going to play a lot of two tight end, get those quick passes to the tight end, develop that game. Obviously, Austin Eckler is going to need his touches. You're going to want to get Chris Rodriguez in there. So even though there's that push of they're going to run the ball more, yes, I think they will. And I mean, what happened last year was insane in that perspective, obviously. I think they'll spread it around a little bit more, too. I think you'll see a little bit more love given to different players. So I don't know that you're going to see his workload appreciably increase.
Michael, we love you. Thank you, buddy.
Oh, the love is mutual. Catch you guys later.
See you, buddy.
Odyssey in Richmond. We're live on the Michael Phillips Odyssey Richmond stations, AM 910, FM 105.1. Right now, of course, we're live all over the DMV on 106.7 The Fan, coast to coast on the Odyssey app. And if you like seeing us in high definition, and why would you? You can check us out on the 106.7 The Fan YouTube page. Last night, something weird happened. Paul Skenes left the mound after shoving against the Cardinals, and Cardinals fans gave him a standing ovation as he walked off the hill like he was a Cardinals pitcher. I tweeted about it being a pretty cool moment. And what I realized was most people hated it and thought it was ridiculous that Cardinals fans did that. I think there's a discussion to be had. Let's get into that next on The Fan.
He'll hand over the baseball, 103 pitches. He'll leave with a runner at second, 1 out.
Look at this, Greg.
Yeah,
We got
Cardinal fans giving him a
fans.
standing ovation.
Incredible.
That was the Pirates television broadcast last night as Paul Skenes left the mound in the 7th inning. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan. You guys know Skenes. He was the #1 pick in the draft out of LSU last year, pitched in the College World Series. He's the hardest throwing pitcher in Major League Baseball, routinely sitting at 100, touching 102. Nobody throws a higher percentage of their pitches as a starting pitcher, triple digits, than Paul Skenes, who's been unbelievable now. Has a 2.43 ERA, about a half dozen starts into his career. And last night he was on the mound in St. Louis. Cardinals fans presumably went to the game in part to see Paul Skenes. I mean, sure, there are a lot of people, like when Strasburg was a rookie, who wanted to see the traveling roadshow. They came to see Skenes. Skenes last night pitched into the 7th inning, 6 1/3. He allowed just 5 hits, shutout ball, no walks, and 8 strikeouts. Was a dominant outing. Danny, he didn't give up a hit until the 4th inning. He only gave up 1 hit through 4 innings, and he shoved. Now, he actually got outpitched, believe it or not, by Miles Michaelis, the starter for the Cardinals, who allowed just a hit over 7 innings and struck out 6. But Skenes was as advertised and was great. And what's interesting was when he walked off the mound in a division game at a division rival in St. Louis, Cardinals fans gave him a standing ovation, as you just saw, or heard, I suppose. But if you watched, you saw last night. And it was what you see when Mackenzie Gore comes off the mound at Nats Park or whatever. Around the dugout, everybody stands up, and really it was the lower bowl. It was most of the crowd. They stood up and gave him a giant ovation as if it was Michaelis or it was one of their own pitchers, as if Skenes pitched for the Cardinals. So I saw this video last night, and my first thought was Cardinals fans being Cardinals fans. They are routinely praised for being these beloved fans that do everything kind of in a classy way in the Midwest. And so I posted the video on my Twitter, and I said, this is why people love Cardinals fans or something like that. Great moment here, like sportsmanship on display or whatever. But most of the people that responded were like, I hate you and I hate this tweet. They were very angry because their point is there's no room in sports for the home team to be supporting and celebrating and cheering on the visiting player. And after seeing enough of those responses, I thought this would be a good conversation.
It is. And now it just depends on the city, depends on where you are. The Cardinals fans and sort of Midwestern sensibility, that's just, oh gosh, I'm just so excited I got to see a great game and let's go home. You wouldn't do that for a football game. You're not going to do that for probably a basketball game. Maybe if you saw, a non-rival, if you watch Jordan go for 60 at the Garden, you might just go, damn, that was once in a lifetime, right?
I don't have a rival here.
But that's who the Cardinals fans are. You're not going to see that in Philly or Boston or probably not most places on the Eastern Seaboard. So to me, this is actually a fascinating discussion. Like what should it be? What should we strive to do? In general, a baseball game, there are so many of them that you losing a game to the Pittsburgh Pirates does not make or break your season. If this is, win and get in September, 28th, maybe I'd go, well, maybe you want to holster that one and try to encourage the team to beat the brakes in, but you're watching something exceptional. That's what's happening. And they appreciate that. I've told the story a million times, but I had some great access in St. Louis years ago because one of my friend's dads was one of the minority owners of the Cardinals. So we got some pretty good seats and had a lot of beers made by Budweiser. And I remember this is a year the Cardinals were like 30 games out of 500. They were or out of the playoff phase. They were terrible. They gave Kent Merker a standing ovation for a sacrifice bunt in the 5th in a game they would lose 8-3. Like I just went, this is different. This fan base is different than everything else. So I know that's not the point of the discussion, but it's important for me to bring up simply because that's not normal. That's not taking place in Arizona or Seattle or San Francisco or LA or any of the other places around this wonderful nation where baseball games are played.
Yeah, I think there's a bunch of different ways to go about this discussion. I mean, the first is there is both this perception, and I guess I put it out there as saying they lived up to their billing, that you either acknowledge I'm in the group that thinks Cardinals fans are very classy and it's a really, really good fan base. I point to the Battlehawks in the UFL, XFL now. Like they pack the house. They have the most attendance. People go nuts for that team. I think that's a really good sports town. But there's also equally as passionate a group of people that get annoyed hearing about Cardinals fans. And you got a lot of that too in the responses to my tweet. So the people that'll, whenever you see something in St. Louis that looks classy or like they're a great fan base, that acknowledge it and say, oh, those Cardinals fans are great. And a lot of people that go, they're not any different than any other fan base. They get way too much credit. Relax. But I don't even think that is a relevant or important conversation to have in DC today. What I do think is interesting, though, is this idea of cheering for the opponent because you were impressed or because they delivered the goods. And when that is worthy, when you should and can do that, and when you shouldn't. And I just think this could be a good back and forth. So we can open up the phones at 800-636-1067. I guess my first question for discussion is, do you have a problem with them cheering for Skenes? So you're in St. Louis. He just shut your lineup down into the 7th inning. You don't score a run. It's not like he threw 7 perfect innings and got taken out of the game in the 8th or something. And it's not even like he struck out 12 or 15. This wasn't the Strasburg debut. This is a very normal, good pitching performance, frankly. 6 1/3 innings, scoreless ball, 8 Ks with 5 hits. It's a great outing for a young kid. It's a great outing for a veteran. There's nothing special about that. Again, he was the second best starting pitcher in the game. The Cardinals starter, Michaelis, went 7 innings with a hit and 6 strikeouts. You will see someone in baseball tonight pitch into the 7th, shutout ball, and strike out 8 or more. It happens just about every day. So that was also interesting as I think more about it and try to, toe the middle here, is they're giving him this massive ovation like they just saw something amazing when it was really good, but it wasn't unique or special. I do think, though, because it was Skenes, I think fans went to the game because of him in a lot of cases.
Yeah.
And even if they're season ticket holders that are there all the time, their excitement that night was based on him being there, not the sub 500 mediocre Cardinals, getting to see them again. And you felt like, which doesn't happen in sports a lot probably, he delivered the goods. You felt like he lived up to expectations. You feel like this is my chance to let this guy know that I'm impressed, that I like what he's doing, that I think he's awesome or whatever. And so you cheer him on. But again, the line itself was not spectacular. It's not like he punched out 17 or something.
Right.
It's 6 1/3 scoreless 8 Ks. It's just a pretty good
really good outing. Yeah, but you not historic. So I don't. And here's my
You
line.
don't what?
I don't have a problem
With them
doing it. Here is my lines. This is sort of my order. I'm sure there are going to be exceptions in here that people will be able to point out, and I appreciate that. Here's how I think about this. If the following criteria are met for me, I got no issue. Number one, it cannot be a rival. Just because they're in the same division, Pittsburgh hasn't really been a rival to the Cardinals. That's Cubs, Cardinals, right? There's been some other teams over the years that St. Louis has had some things with, of course. But like
division rivals, though,
they're in the same division. Like the same way I don't necessarily consider, I don't know, the Blue Jays to be a real rival to the Yankees.
Okay,
right? They're in the same division, and they've had important games, but it's not the same.
But that's mostly because the Pirates are harmless.
And that's kind of my point.
Would you consider the Marlins a Nats rival?
No,
I would.
I wouldn't.
Okay.
Mostly because they've been harmless. Now, to me, the rivals are Braves, Mets, and Phillies. If it's one of those guys, I don't give a hot buttered damn if it's a perfect game on 81 pitches and it's 27 strikeouts. It's the greatest game ever pitched. He's not getting the right hand and the left hand touching. We ain't clapping once for that. He can go to hell, and I hate it.
Would you have stood and cheered for Skenes? As a Cardinals fan,
if I'm part of that crowd, I think I might have.
Really?
Yeah. Because to me, as long as it's not a rival,
so if he came here to Nats Park and pitched against the Nats, would you have stood and cheered? So I can say that I think I probably would do that. But I view the Pirates not in the division. Yes, they're in the same league, as utterly harmless and not a rival. Whereas I do think the Pirates and the Cardinals are way more a rival, but we're kind of picking up the same stick here, I think.
And so let me just finish my criteria. I want to see what you think. Number one, not a rival. Number two, the game can't have any outsized import, right? So you'll never see this at a football game. Like the game that you were at, the Boomer Esiason threw for 600 yards or whatever. I'm sure that was an amazing record. You're not clapping for him because that game matters so much. That's 10% of your season, more or less. Numbers approximate for football. If it's a playoff clinching thing or it's a playoff game, I'm not doing that then, even if it's pretty exceptional. But this is a June tilt where school's probably still in. It's a cool start because it's the first time that guy's come there. If you've got a non-rival and it doesn't have any outsized import over the grind of 162, I think it's fine.
So I appreciate all that. I think there's way too many qualifiers of like, now I got to read a manual like before I can storm the court on.
You got to read it, Charlie.
What day of the week is it? To me, it's a binary thing. Like, is this something that you're annoyed by fans doing or not? And I would say no. I think there is a respect and a reverence to a tipping of your cap. And baseball maybe is different, to your point.
Mm-hmm.
Football, it doesn't make sense. I think if a guy drops 50 on you in basketball, it feels more personal. For some reason, let's say. But a pitcher coming off in that individual, on your own, on the mound, pitching all night long, we're all here to see you, to clap and say, all right, nice job, kid. No problem with it. But I can see both sides of it, which isn't always great radio. But I think sometimes there are cases to be made on both sides. And I didn't think about it before I tweeted, but after I got so many responses at Grant H. Paulson where people are like, this is awful. You should never cheer for the other team. I'd be mad if Nats fans did that. I get that. If Paul Skenes came in here and blew 8 shutout with 11 Ks and he walked off the mound and a bunch of Nats fans stood up, I think I would be prideful about our fan base.
Yeah,
and say,
you know what you saw.
Like, that's a good moment. Those are baseball fans that know they just saw something cool.
Mm-hmm.
But I can also see someone going, we absolutely shouldn't be doing that. Root for the home team, not the Paul Skenes team. I want to take calls, though, with you, Danny, next on this at 800-636-1067. The other point I want to circle back to that I've oversaid is, again, it was not a masterpiece. It's almost like when he came off the mound, if he pitched pretty well, they were going to clap.
Yeah, what was the line where they wouldn't have clapped? If it was 5 2/3 with 4 runs with 2 runners in scoring position, does he?
Maybe they're clapping because it's him.
Yeah.
Because of what he's doing for baseball.
Mm-hmm.
Like the closest example I have this year, I don't know if Darius, you were with me or not. I know Ryan wasn't because it was at Nats Park.
Were the Yankees playing?
But the Shohei Ohtani game, me and Toby, were you with us? Okay. So the Shohei game is the closest thing where everybody there, you might not have been there for Shohei, but the whole point was Shohei. And everything he did was a thing. And everyone took their cameras out. I mean, it was insane. It looked like, an all-star game, the first pitch of the final Cal Ripken Jr. all-star game or whatever. And had he have done something crazy like hit for the cycle or, had a second home run or a third home run, I absolutely could have seen that night him doing a curtain call at Nats Park. I'm not even doing a bit. It was that wild. And I think maybe Skenes is on that level in terms of not fame or anything, but like that night in the ballpark, you're here for this kid. He's blowing 101. He's amazing people all night long. And maybe they're going, holy crap, this is the real deal. And that's the only comp I have is everyone was eating out of Shohei's palm at Nats Park, several weeks back.
Mm-hmm.
And that's got to be the vibe with Skenes. What do you think? Do you have any issue with Cardinals fans giving the opposing player an ovation? And how would you feel about that happening in D.C.? G&D on the Fan.
Look at this, Greg.
Yeah,
We got
Cardinal fans giving him a
fans.
standing ovation.
Incredible.
Cardinals fans giving a standing ovation to Paul Skenes after he shut the Cardinals down. Yeah, you heard that right. 6 1/3 scoreless, 8 Ks without any walks and 5 hits allowed on the road last night. He leaves the mound to a standing O in St. Louis. We're asking you guys at 800-636-1067, do you have any issue with fans doing that? Do you think they did the wrong thing? You want it to be hostile when you play on the road. You want to cheer for your team, not the other team. But there is gray area because when a player does something awesome, I think you'd like to be the fan base that honors and acknowledges that. I'm not saying he met that threshold. Like when a game stopped for an accomplishment, when a guy breaks a record, throws the big touchdown,
Right.
passes certain rushing yards, whatever it is, on the road, you want to be the fan base that daps him up. From a proverbial standpoint, everyone stands up and cheers. So last night, there wasn't anything overly special about it, but this rookie sensation came to St. Louis. The show stopped through that town. They got their chance to watch him, and at the end of an impressive night, they gave him an ovation. What do you think? Let's go to Kevin in Arlington.
Hey, boys, how you doing?
What's up, buddy?
Well, okay, my first reaction is twofold. It's St. Louis fan base in Major League Baseball with a high IQ. And, I think because of that, I think what they're doing, it wasn't even just the performance last night. It's since he came to the bigs and what he's doing, not unlike your mention of Ohtani, Grant. So I think in this situation, it's perfectly fine. I wouldn't have expected anything less from St. Louis. And may I just say one more thing? I've actually been, it's one of the few road stadiums I've been to. I was at the old Busch Stadium. McGuire was about 10 dingers away from, 70. And you should have seen the crowd for batting practice.
It was unbelievable.
98,
Dude, it was
Kevin?
unbelievable.
During the home run chase?
Yeah, I totally lucked out. I had a business newlywed. My wife and I just gotten back from our honeymoon, and I got to go to St. Louis, and they were in town. It was unbelievable. And somebody told me, dude, you got to get there for the batting practice. And I just never seen anything like it.
Appreciate you, buddy. So here's where I'm going to settle. I think I've played both sides of this a little bit.
Okay.
I think the Paul Skenes story is so unique, and his importance to the game over the last calendar year, really, post-college World Series, is so substantial that I like it. If they did it for Jared Jones, who's this electric rookie right-hander who throws 100, also in Pittsburgh's rotation, who wasn't the number one overall pick or was not the number one most hyped prospect, if he just goes out and throws 7 innings and goes no hit into the 7th and, punches out 11, and they do it tonight, that wouldn't make a lot of sense to me. But like Kevin just said, I think this is an earned, for lack of a better phrase, Lifetime Achievement Award for Paul Skenes, where this is about like seeing a great band that you've been looking forward to seeing. It just so happens it's only been a year or two that he's, been out and been popular, but he just won Best Album for the last year, and you went to see him. I think this is a Skenes thing, just like it would have been an Ohtani thing at Nats Park. And what colors me, my philosophy on this is seeing the reaction to Ohtani in DC. You hear so much about it. There's just so much hype. And then you go and he hits 3 balls 150 miles an hour in the game. And I remember looking at Toby and we were laughing. We're like, this guy.
It's just so stupid.
Thank God I'm here to see this.
Like what homer did Pujols hit here? Was it 600 or something like that? It was a huge round number.
I think it was 399 and 400. It could have been 499 and 500.
But it was a major accomplishment, big milestone.
Yeah.
So crowd had an appropriate reaction. This isn't an arch rival. This is a rarefied person that comes but once however many years, right? This is a Hall of Famer who's done something incredible, Lifetime Achievement Award. No animus there. I wonder what it would have been like if he hit it for the Mets or if he hit it for the Phillies as they've been taking over the park and yelling at you. But I think he was an angel at that point. So I don't think it bothered people. So, yeah, it makes sense to me.
Let's go to Mateo in Baltimore. Hey, Mateo, what do you make of the visiting crowd cheering on the opposition?
Hey, how's it going, guys? Thanks for
buddy.
taking my call.
Hey, man.
Yeah, I would like to see more of this in sports, just like normalizing cheering for your team against the other team, between the lines, so to speak, while the play is going on. But then the pitcher's walking off. I think that's a good opportunity for us to just create a nicer world. We want sports to be someplace where we come together and we, like the last caller said, recognize just the monumental achievement of making it to the show. Like 90% of those guys that get drafted never even have a cup of coffee in the majors. So I have no problem with it. I'd like to see more of it. And it is a rookie making a debut in your hometown. So I'm all for it.
As kumbaya as that call kind of sounds in a way, for lack of a better term, I'm trying to think like, a Disney movie, like let's just be better people. I actually totally agree with that sentiment, to be honest with you. I was talking to Drab about this earlier today. Drab kind of hated that they cheered for Paul Skenes. And my point was, it's not in game, man. Like in game, if you want to be loud and boo and do whatever it is that you do to make him uncomfortable, do it. But when he's walking off the field, it's the equivalent of like a timeout in hockey when guys are just skating around. You know what I mean? It's not really the game. Like now he's a human being. He's not really a competitor. He's a competitor until that inning ends. When he's walking off the mound, do I want people screaming and cursing at him? It's weird kind of booing eye to eye over top of the dugout. I get why people do it, but a lot of people are incapable of turning the valve on and off, the switch on and off. I'm not. It doesn't sound like Mateo is. We can do that. Like the entire game, I want Paul Skenes to give up a home run to every batter. But then when the game's over,
when he didn't do that,
this guy throws 100. He's amazing and had a good game. I have no problem with now it's that we're all here to watch humans achieve. You see what I'm saying?
I know what you mean.
But there's got to be a difference to me because it just sounds dumb otherwise of the game has ended or for that moment, if not period. And the game was not going on. Like in live play, no one should ever be cheering when Skenes strikes out a card.
Right. There's a distinction between playoff atmosphere, which it wasn't, but a playoff atmosphere, Skenes has 2 strikes on my St. Louis Cardinals hitter, and I'm standing willing him to another strikeout. I'm not doing that. A show of appreciation for what you just did, I got no issue with that. I mean, that's sports. I mean, again, baseball has a culture of that, the old tip of the cap. Like you robbed me of a home run. You just took money out of my pocket, dude. You just ruined things for me. Like that is a huge deal. It's so hard to hit one, and you jumped over the fence and robbed me of one, but you tipped your cap because even though the guy took it from you.
Really good calls. I think this is not even a baseball discussion, really. I mean, this is a sports big picture, 10,000-foot view, maybe even societal. I mean, Mateo kind of went cultural with it in a way. Dialogue that we're having. 800-636-1067. Cardinals fans giving Paul Skenes an ovation. The Pirates pitcher last night. The home crowd cheering the opponent as he walked off the mound. Did you take issue with it? When is something like that okay? Or are you of the belief that a crowd should never do that for a visiting player? We're Grant and Danny.
I think that when he's walking off the field, if we beat him around a little bit, that would be nice. But to get a standing ovation from the visiting crowd shows the dominance that you had against that team, and it's a savvy baseball crowd over there at St. Louis. But you cheer for the home team, as the song says. So
Correct.
That's Mike Rizzo and a little Jason Bishop cameo there from the Sports Junkies earlier today, right here on 106.7 The Fan. Rizzo, the president baseball ops for the Nationals, weighing in on our current conversation about cheering for an opposing player. We'll get back to these calls in just a moment at 800-636-1067. So if you're waiting, we will get to you in just a second. I do want to let everybody know that we've got a show field trip developing for tomorrow. A show field trip is being planned. You guys will never guess where we're going and why we're going there. But we will tell you.
It'll be a story.
At 5:45 this hour, right here on Grant and Danny. I will be there. Danny will be there. He might even be bringing his kids, interestingly. Do we have any clarity on that?
We don't know just yet. The key decision makers are still at their respective jobs, so it's hard to kind of establish that kind of communication.
Darius, you are going to go. Ryan is definitely going to be there. We know that. Show field trip. You guys will never guess. 5:45. We'll let you know what is going on for the Grant and Danny radio program. The show is always sponsored by our friends, the law firm of Condori and Murrah. They're going to guide you and your family in the right direction, help you draft a will, set up a trust, create a medical power of attorney, schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys at kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them Grant and Danny sent you. Score yourself a discount. That's kmlawyers.com. Real quick, before we get back to the phones and discussing when it's okay to cheer for an opposing player in sports in your own building, I now know that my take on Robert Saleh was right, that he made a lot out of the Aaron Rodgers situation that he didn't need to, because I don't want to say he walked it back, but today he opened his press conference by talking about how him and Aaron are on the same page, that they are 100% in unison on this. They're not at odds at all. Everyone is making too much out of this. That tells you a lot, which is to say that him coming out and talking about the unexcused absence and all of the dialogue of the last 24 hours and the discourse on this, he thought was somewhat self-inflicted, or at least needed to clean some of that up. Now, Rodgers, I don't want to say good guy, bad guy, because it's not that big of a deal, but you should be at minicamp. Just like I used to say with Chase Young and anybody else. You should be there, especially as the quarterback. There's no reason for him not to be there. He came in talking about needing to get rid of all the BS and turn everything into football only and focus on football. And you're the guy that double booked June 11th, knowing that there was football practice that day, and decided to go to the other thing. That's your fault, nobody else's. But I do think his coach could have been a diffuser and instead threw some gas on the fire, but he's tried to walk that back a little bit today. But as much as I like the Saleh hiring, it seems like he does this a lot. Maybe that it's hard because it's the New York market. The Jets always seem to have something going on. I'm sure Woody Johnson's not the best owner in the league to work for. Doesn't make your life easy. But it just seems like Saleh doesn't always handle a lot of these situations well.
Yeah, I can't pull a different one on the top of my head, but I have the same feeling.
This past week when Hassan Reddick wasn't there.
I guess these two.
We have no idea where he is. He hasn't been in contact with us. We don't know what's going on.
I think he's part of what endeared him to so many as a great defensive coordinator and a guy that just, oozed that enthusiasm and passion and guys love playing for him, especially on that side of the ball. His former players, speak glowingly about him. I think part of that is that emotion on the sleeve thing, right? Where it's like this, you're getting the real stuff here. Like I'm not filtering it for you guys. He kind of hasn't learned to play that game. Like, remember, I don't know. I'm trying to think of another example. A guy that comes on our show all the time, Jay Gruden. After Robert Griffin said what he said at the podium, he had a great chance to diffuse it, but he's going, I'm annoyed by this. And he basically went in and took Robert Griffin to task. It's not something you should do. You shouldn't fight fire with fire there. You're supposed to be the head coach. You're supposed to be the quote-unquote adult in the room, right? And Saleh kind of hasn't learned that mastery yet to sort of say, there's probably bigger fish to fry, and I'll do this internally. But when asked, where Aaron Rodgers is? Nah, man, I got no clue. That sounds way worse than it needs to.
Totally. I'm going to have a better night than you, by the way, Danny. I don't know what you have planned tonight.
Damn it.
Doesn't even matter. My night better than your night. What do you have planned tonight?
My oldest has soccer practice, so I'll be there.
My night pummels your night.
Oh, wow.
I'm going to a great American restaurant tonight.
By God, that's Grant Paulson's music.
Just found out that the brother-in-law has volunteered to watch the kids this evening. My wife said, do you want to go to dinner? And that means Mike's American Grill, probably. I mean, I don't know. We'll figure something out. Might be Silverado. Maybe we'll mix in a Carlisle or something.
Whoa, get weird.
There's going to be a GAR tonight.
Yeah. What are you going to get, you know?
After a bunch of Aussie rolls?
I was going to say, it's going to start, right?
Will it be a pork chop? Will it be chicken? Will it be steak? Maybe a drunken ribeye? How could I know? But a GAR is happening tonight.
You're going to do a little GAR. You're going to get dessert over there?
If she wants to do a chocolate waffle, we'll do a chocolate waffle. If she wants to. I'm not going to push the envelope.
Do you feel like it's your job to make her want to?
I'm going to ask her if she wants one.
Is it a gentle ask or an earnest ask with like the implication behind it?
I'm going to say, hey, you really like the chocolate waffle with some vanilla ice cream, right?
Yeah, I do
we
like
get
that.
And if she says no, I'll leave it at that. One other time, about 10 or 12 minutes later,
Mhm.
I'll bring it back up. One
Yep.
other time. That's
One
it.
more.
I give myself one other. Are you sure? If you want the chocolate waffle, happy to.
Because I could just order it.
I'm happy to help you eat the chocolate waffle.
Uh-huh.
But then I order 2 chocolate waffles. That's the way to do
So
it.
everybody, there's no sharing.
Then we don't have to worry about
Yep.
sharing the chocolate.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let's get back to the people. Danny, Paul Skenes, standing ovation in St. Louis. Fact that it's in St. Louis doesn't really matter, although it is significant because that fan base is known for
They are different,
kind of
yeah.
celebrating good baseball more so than just their team. But larger, we're talking about when it's okay to cheer for the opposition.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I have a pretty standard set of criteria. I'm sure there are exceptions, but if it's not a hated rival, I can't do that for a team or player or whoever that I hate, and I can't do it if the game's too important. If it's the middle of June and the star came to town, or if it's a guy that you don't get to see very often, like Albert Pujols here in DC or Shohei Ohtani, not that long ago for you guys, I got no problem with it.
Yeah, I have gone back and forth since last night, but I'm going to end where I started, which is that I liked it. I thought it was a good look. I think that as cheesy as this sounds, it's cool to see good sportsmanship and decency displayed. And while in game it would bother me, like I'm not doing the I'm just here for both teams. I hope everyone has fun thing.
Right, I hope both teams have fun.
That's not what we're doing. This is professional sports. There's a winner, there's a loser, there should be. I want tonight the Tigers to give up 14 home runs. I want them to strike out 23 times. But after the play ends, in the same way that I don't need players to punch each other after a play, like go back to the huddle, it's okay if you pick a guy up, whatever. As a fan, when a guy's walking off the field, his night is done. If you were impressed and you feel like I paid to be entertained, you entertained me at a really high level. The same way when a movie ends, I don't do this, but some people will clap if they really like the movie. You ever been in one of those
Oh, yeah.
theaters? That is not my bit, but there are people that love
Yeah, the
that.
director's here. He can hear you.
It's such a weird thing.
What are you doing?
But that definitely happens. I have no problem with that. But I needed to never cross over into the game. To the Mike Rizzo point of root for the home team, he referenced the song, which I think he was talking about, Take Me Out to the Ball Game.
Mhm.
Yeah, I'm there for the Nats. Nats good, Cardinals bad. Game's not being played right now? Cool. I'll let you know that I'm admiring and respecting what you're doing. Let's go to Clay in Fredericksburg. What's up, Clay?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Hey, buddy.
2 points I wanted to make. First, to me, this is eerily similar to when Strasburg made his debut. And there was so much hype around him, and he made his debut at home. But had he made it on the road, I think it would have been received the same way. It was the same time of year. I believe it was in June, I want to say.
It was.
Yep.
It was
And,
this week, actually.
Yeah, so I think if he made that start on the road, say against, I don't know, the Marlins, I think they'd give him a standing O. So that's my opinion. As far as the everyday game, there's the tip of the cap, like we couldn't have done anything else. That was a hell of a play. But there's no standing O for me on an everyday game. But if there is a guy with the same height as Strasburg had when he came up and, middle of June, strikes out 13 in 7 innings, like, sure, that was pretty cool because he might be a Hall of Famer and I got to witness that debut. You know what I mean?
So I actually really like this kind of tangent to walk down. First of all, I do want to say Skenes has pitched several times and his start was nothing like Strasburg's. So if that's the logic, then this didn't warrant the ovation. But his point is, he is this super hyped guy that they're excited to see, and they're basically clapping for that reason. But what if, I'm trying to think of a prospect that could get called up. There's nobody like him, but let's just use Skenes. If Skenes got called up at Nats Park to make his big league debut tonight, he'd never pitched. It's just all this talk about him. When's he going to get called up? When's he going to get called up? And he does the Strasburg thing. 7 innings, 13 Ks, no runs. 1,000% he would get a massive ovation from Nats fans. So if we're saying there is a threshold, then maybe the question is, did he cross it? Because it was not his first start. There was nothing unique about it. How many starts is he in? 7?
Yeah, it's 6 or 7, I think.
So he's 6-7 starts in, and he just threw a good game. It wasn't like it wasn't 20 strikeouts or even 10. It wasn't a no-hitter or it was 5. But it was just a good start. Maybe that's the point. It's like it was just a good start. Like, you don't have to give him a standing ovation for not allowing a run.
But the who's doing it, I think, matters too. So think of go back to Strasburg again for a second. Debut at home against Pittsburgh. Second game was in Cleveland, and Baseball Tonight and MLB Network and everybody was there for that too, right? And he was good, but not as good as he was the first game. I'm pretty sure, if memory serves, there was that similar excitement, right?
I'm
Like
sure
he came out of the game after whatever, 5 1/3, 5 2/3. I think people clapped. Maybe not to the same degree, but I think there was something.
But that's my point.
Yeah.
This is because it was schemes,
Mm-hmm.
a la Ohtani. If Jackson Holiday, he went 2 for 34 when the Orioles called him up, by the way, and he got sent back down. But if his first game was at Nats Park and he homered a couple times, I definitely think it would have been a rousing major thing because people know this is the kid that just got called up.
Yeah, this is the kid.
This is the most talked about player in the minors or whatever. I mean, Skenes is the most hyped prospect ever. So that is why last night happened. It's the only reason why last night happened. Mark and McLean, what's up?
Hey guys, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Thanks for taking the call. I'm an old guy, born and raised in St. Louis. Actually, I went to all 3 stadiums, unlike the earlier caller who just went to the last 2 Busch stadiums. Was at Sportsman's Park.
That Johnny come lately.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
My point just is that there's nothing surprising about this with St. Louis. This is kind of what I've experienced my entire life growing up there. I've lived here for quite a number of years now, but we're baseball fans. That's what you're taught as well. And of course, we're Cardinal fans, and they would want the Cardinals to win that game. But when you see something good on a baseball field, you tend to applaud it. And this is so instinctual with Cardinal fans that I was at the Nats-Mets game last week. And, I kind of root for the Nats when I'm there at their games. I've been in this area for a long time, except when they play the Cardinals, of course. But I found myself, there was a lot of good leather thrown around in that game, and from both sides. And I found myself just instinctively applauding once or twice, and the only guy in the section doing that. But when one of the Mets made a good play out in the field, and that's just kind of how we do things in St. Louis.
That's a great call.
Yeah, that's what it is. Yeah,
it provides perspective on the St. Louis part of it, right? I mean, to me, the conversation's so much bigger here locally in St. Louis today. I'm sure they're having that conversation, and I love the call because it does give us the philosophy of those fans. But I kind of more want to get into just the average fan in any market. When is that make sense to do that? And when is that okay? He's saying, I'm brought up in St. Louis, so for me, last week against the Mets, after a really nice play, that was a time.
Yeah, that's their normal thing.
I don't think I would raise and cheer for another player in an NFL game because I can't think of a situation when it would warrant it. It's a different thing, different sport. There's not really the same individualized kind of element unless there was a career accomplishment. So you and I were in New Orleans when Drew Brees broke the all-time passing yards record. They stopped the game and Saints fans went bananas. If that happened in D.C. and they stopped the game here, they would do the same thing. Garrison, our pre-show meeting, was referencing Peyton Manning breaking a record in Houston where Texans fans went crazy when they stopped the game and cheered for Peyton Manning. That's certainly when it would happen in football. But individualized to a specific game or performance or, a rushing touchdown, making it 4 in a game for a guy, I don't think you're going to see like a bunch of visiting fans. And as you said, there's just not enough games. Your loss in that game is too important. Or even if you're winning by a bunch and the guy does,
it's still, it's not the same.
It's just not. So maybe it is, even though I'm saying it's a broad sports thing, maybe it is baseball only.
I think it's a baseball thing. I mean, you'd stop a hockey game for it, for an accomplishment. A guy's, at Capital One, hey, this opponent is skating in his 1,000th game. You get stick taps and an ovation.
Same as football.
Yes.
Only lifetime. I don't think like if a guy scored Ovi's 4-goal game happens on the road, like we've seen it with his goal chase.
Mhm.
When he passes one of the greats, everybody gives him a beautiful
Exactly.
ovation. But there is no such thing as you're playing the Blackhawks and Connor Bedard has a hat trick and everyone throws their Caps hats on the ice. Like that is
Yeah,
not
we're
a
not
thing.
doing that.
Or cheering for him for that
Right.
matter. Like you're just not. I'm sorry. So maybe it is baseball only. Scott's in the district. What's up?
Hey guys, long time listener, first time caller. Appreciate you taking a call.
Thank you for calling.
Jim Zor says hi.
Outstanding. Hey, just a quick perspective on the St. Louis thing. I've had the good fortune of living near places that hosted a Super Bowl, World Series, Final Four, college national title, and I would occasionally drive over. This is pre Ticketmaster, StubHub, and try and scalp. The only event I've ever gone to where there was absolutely nothing even for sale at any price was Game 3 of McGuire-Sosa in St. Louis late season, which reflects back on that earlier caller. But I think you guys, yes, it's baseball. St. Louis are educated fans. I think you guys are missing the obvious here. He got a standing O because of who he's dating. Thanks a lot.
Oh, it's a Livy Dunn standing ovation.
No.
St. Louis fans might be very impressed by Livy Dunn's Instagram account because of all of the gymnastics.
Do you follow Livy Dunn?
No.
Oh.
Why are you, those two chuckleheads
You
over there?
don't follow her at all?
I don't think so.
Oh, okay.
Let me check. No, actually, I'm not going to check. And no one else should check.
I can just check. I got my phone right now. I can just check.
I don't think you should.
I'm just going to check. I'm going to see who I don't follow her. I have to look her up. It's Livy Dunn, Livvy.
If you don't follow her, it's the biggest upset in the history of the world, okay? I don't want to put your business out there.
Livvy.
If you don't follow her,
Dunn.
then that's an upset.
Followed by, would you look at that? I know some of these people that follow her.
Who follows her?
Just several people that we know.
Nobody not me.
You know this person real well. You see him every day when you look right in that reflective device.
I do follow Livy Dunn.
Yep.
Now that I think about it.
Yep.
And it's because I'm a huge LSU gymnastics guy.
Yep.
They were fantastic this year.
Besides Livy Dunn, who's your favorite other gymnast?
It's hard to choose.
It is hard to pick, isn't it?
I love them all equally.
Stephanie, don't look it up. Don't look at your computer. Look at me. Don't look down.
I'm not looking down.
Stop that typing.
What was your question?
Who's your favorite non-Livy, like your second favorite? Livy Dunn, obviously, you respect a lot for gymnastics. Who's your second favorite LSU gymnast?
Haley Bryant, probably. If I had to guess.
Good
Let's
stall,
go
by the
to
way, right
Frazier in D.C. Hello, Frazier. Frazier. You will get nothing, and you will like it. Let's go to Corbin in Ashburn. Hello, Corbin.
Hey guys, thanks for taking my call.
Hey, buddy.
You bet.
So I had a couple thoughts. One, and you hit on it, Grant, was the entertainment value. I think for a lot of casual fans, if you go out and you see an individual with a good performance, you're going to tend to applaud that. Secondly, I kind of think there's that respect in baseball that you get from a lot of hardcore fans. And I'll give you an example. Back in the 80s when I was a huge Orioles fan and Ripken made his retirement tour, and I was lucky enough to get to Yankee Stadium to see him. And as soon as he got up to the plate, everybody in Yankee Stadium stood up and gave him a standing O.
Of course.
And, and it's one of those things. I mean, you expect Yankee fans to be diehard. They're not going to root for anybody else.
But we would do the same to that point, and it's a great call, Corbin. Thank you. That's a unique thing too of the farewell tour, where a lot of times the teams give you presents when you're a good enough player like Ripken was.
Yeah, think of Mo Rivera in Boston, where the loudest ovation was in Fenway Park.
Yeah,
for him on his way out,
which I totally understand.
Yeah,
but I guess this is my question: if somebody threw a no-hitter against the Nats at Nats Park tonight, at the end of the night, you guys would cheer, obviously. I'm talking like Darius, Brian, Danny. Yay or nay?
Yeah.
Of course
it's a begrudging, like, okay, I got to give it to you.
I mean, your whole life, all you want to see that. And I'm not saying you want to see your team get no hit, but that's a normal thing. So I guess my point is there is a threshold that when you cross, it's obvious that you get that. And I think the reason there's a debate on this is because it was just kind of a normal, good pitching performance, but it was Paul Skenes. That's the only reason. There was no other pitcher last night who has that outing in St. Louis and they cheer. other than the guy that they went there to see. He is the Ohtani right now on the mound, so to speak.
I think there's something to that, right? Like it's a star factor that makes it more applause worthy. Plus, again, it was a really good performance, but as you said, it wasn't historic. It wasn't like one of those record-setting things.
Speaking of star factor, Jaden Daniels spoke with the media this afternoon. We will hear from him next on Grant and Danny. Grant and Danny on the Fan. Jaden Daniels met with the media today. Let's hear what he had to say. We will break some of his answers down on the other side. And remember, 5:45, where's our show field trip to? What are we getting ourselves into? But Jaden Daniels with the media for minicamp.
What's been the most challenging adjustment for you going from the college game to the pro game? Because you've had several practices under your belt.
Yeah, I'll just say just the learning curve of going out there and learning how to be a pro. I know I said that previously in minicamp that I just want to learn how to go out there and be a pro. And that's probably the biggest gap for me is learning how to be a pro, having a routine, the playbook, stuff like that. And, I'm just trying to soak up as much knowledge as possible.
A lot of guys keep saying, I get here at 6:30 and Jaden's already here. So what time are you getting here? And what are you doing in the morning when you get here?
I get here around like 5:45. And just like walking through in the bubble, in the indoor, watching film and stuff like that, but just trying to prepare myself for the day. It's kind of just that routine that I had when I was in college, but now I'm in there actually walking through because I'm still learning the playbook and trying to grasp everything. So just being comfortable for the day and being ready to go out there and go out and compete at practice.
Are you by yourself when you're doing that?
Yeah.
And then what's the biggest,
no, me and Luke McCaffrey.
where is the biggest jump you feel you've made from rookie to now, rookie minicamp?
I would just say as you rep more things, obviously you start getting a grasp of the playbook, but I still got a long way to go to still be where I want to be, try to perfect it, try to be a perfectionist as much as possible.
Having been out here and really working with Cliff, what has that been like for you?
It's been great. Just the offensive mind Cliff is, the type of coach he is, and how he can scheme things up. He has a very quarterback-friendly offense, just for everybody in that room to go out there and be able to learn it, go out there and compete at a high level. Practice day is not something that you're going out there, you're worrying about, man, what is this, what is that? Cliff does a great job of just going out there and try to make it as easy as possible, not only the quarterback, but the whole offense, so we can go out there and play fast.
With some of the veterans on the defense, like guys like Bobby Wagner, how much are you picking their brains just on what they're seeing when you're there?
A lot. I talk to them all the time, just what did they see, why they do this, what did you see from this, what made you check to this, stuff like that. But that just comes with the game. You're trying to soak up as much knowledge as possible, and you got guys like Bobby that been playing at a high level for a very long time. So as much as I could be around them and pick their brain, I'm willing to do that.
Hey, Jay, you said Luke McCaffrey's out there with you. How did that pair come together? Did you guys decide you wanted to get there early?
It just started from probably rookie minicamp. Luke asked me what I was doing. He sent me up early one day, told him, and he showed up ever since.
And you said you obviously have still some work to do out here. What specifically you kind of trying to still work through? Is the playbook or just the
everything. Playbook, timing up the drops with the concepts, just expanding my football knowledge to go out there so I can finish off mini camp strong, put in the work and get ready for training camp to come out here and help the team get better in any way possible.
You mentioned training camp. After tomorrow you have kind of 6 weeks off. Have you started to think about how you balance time off, mental, physical, as you get ready for training camp?
I've been in football mode, man. Mini camp, OTAs, rookie mini camp now, mandatory mini camp. All I know is I'm gonna go back to Southern California, go train my quarterback coach down in Huntington Beach, and get ready for the season, get ready for training camp. Put myself in the best position out there to come out here and just compete with the guys and have fun.
You try and get together with the other receivers to grow up there?
I know that we talked about it. Obviously, Marcus talked about it a lot. So we'll figure something out. There's no fine print, no details on that, but we'll figure something out.
Back to the morning sessions for a second. Nick Allegretti said he prides himself on being one of the first in there, and he walks in and you're there. So how does that translate what you're doing in the bubble to here? Are you feeling that's making a lot of sense to you?
Yeah, 100%. The work that you put in is the work that you're gonna, give out. And if you really want to be successful, you want to learn, you want to be a pro at the highest level. You got to take knowledge of people, learn from their routines, what help them be successful. Obviously, Nick, he was with the Chiefs and what they did over there. So he gets here early, man, and I'm always an early guy. I kind of learned that when I was at LSU, and now I took it here. Still trying to tweak it a little bit, but I still got a long way to go.
Coach told us yesterday we have the tape of the first pitch. We haven't quite used it yet, but it's in our back pocket. Do you expect at some point you're going to see that as a rookie?
It's already on social media, so it's not really the tape. Blame that guy right there. He touched the baseball. Sam Hartman helped me warm up. So, I blame them.
How many plays or pages of the playbook have you had to learn?
I don't even have a number for that, honestly. It's not too lengthy, but, it's an NFL playbook for sure.
When you say it's a quarterback-friendly offense, what does that mean to you?
Yeah, going out there and putting not just myself but everybody in the best position to be successful, playing to guys' strengths. Obviously, we're installing, the base offense, base game plan, but, Cliff wants us to go out there and be successful at the end of the day. He doesn't want – it's not, we need to do this his way. We all have input of what we like and how we think we should run that. He always asks for it. Come talk to him. He's an open book, man. And, he wants to be successful.
Jaden, when you're out there, have there been any specific moments, whether it's mini camp or OTAs prior to that, where you've been like, whoa, this is faster, this is harder?
Not off the top of my head for sure. I'll probably say today, messing with and playing around, going against the defensive ones, and you see Deron Payne, John Allen, Clee, all those guys are in the backfield real fast. Obviously those guys, Pro Bowls and stuff like that, played at the highest level for a long time. So seeing those guys, but man, just being out there and to be able to compete against those guys and push myself, push the offense, and also push them to go out there and keep competing each and every day.
And then it seems like you're always smiling. How much fun are you having out there?
Man, a ton. It's something I dreamt about since I was a kid. Be able to come out here and just have the blessing to go out there and play football at the highest level. You can't take it for granted because it could be done at any moment.
Jaden, you've talked a lot about what the adjustments have been like being a pro on the field with the playbook. What's it been like? I know we've seen you out at the Nats. You're out at the soccer game at Commanders Field this past week. What's it been like, all the stuff that comes with being the star quarterback in Washington now? How has it been adjusting to that, being here in this market?
I ain't a star quarterback. Yeah, I got a long way to go. I'm a rookie to answer that. But just coming out here and just being able to experience different things. Like, that was my first time throwing out a first pitch. That was my first time going to a soccer game and just seeing the atmosphere, seeing different sports, and be able to just go out there and support them, coming into a new town, a new community, and be able to go out there and support, showing them love. So when our season come around, the players at the Nationals game or, people on the Team USA for soccer want to come to a game, they can come show love too.
And what's it been like getting to interact with the Washington fans? What have you been hearing from them? What's kind of been your message to them when you're meeting them out in the public?
Everybody is telling me good luck, praying for a good season. Obviously they're excited. They're excited with the new regime out here, obviously what Adam and DQ are doing. It's going to be fun, Mr. Harris, it's just a breath of fresh air for those fans. So I know they're excited to come out here and see us compete in training camp. We're excited to go out there and compete for them.
Hey, Jaden, having guys like Zach Ertz and Austin Eckler, who's been in the league for a long time, what are those guys doing to help you as you go through your rookie offseason so far?
Huge help. Another set of eyes, they've seen a lot. Having those guys, it's not just for me, but, for Marcus and for Jeff, for Sam, is having those guys that know the game of football, know coverages, and, you don't have to be out there and try to make every play by yourself, man. If you don't like it, man, check it down to Eckler, let him do what he does. And obviously he's a very good receiver, and you got a QB-friendly tight end in Zach. That's very smart, very intentional what he does with his route running, and, they're very friendly. And, they love the game of football too, so it's a big help for all of us.
Jaden, there's a lot of expectation or anticipation of what you might mean for this franchise and from this fan base. Do you feel any added pressure because of that?
Nah, not at all. I'm just out here just doing my job. How can I help the team get better each and every day? And that's what I'm focused on. I'm focused on learning, focused on going out and keep competing every day and having fun, bringing that energy and that joy and that competitiveness to the team, which DQ and them preach all the time. We want to compete in everything that we do. So I'm out here just trying to do my job. That's the 1/11th and getting the 11 people on my side of the ball to go the same direction.
Jaden, I noticed the basketball that's down by the field. I was actually just curious, what is the routine that you do with the basketball? Out of curiosity. Explain in great detail, actually.
Yeah. To sum it up, is different sports, different type of feel. Shooting a basketball, you have a basketball in your hand. Once you're done with that and you pick up a football, the football feels smaller. So just integrating that, when you're shooting a basketball, I don't know if everybody's shooter, but you flick of the wrist motion. It's kind of the same thing for the football. You get a little spiral. You got to flick your wrist in different ways. So that's a different way to warm up my wrist.
Where did you learn that from? Why did you start incorporating?
Yeah, I've been doing that for a while. I've been doing that since I was a junior in high school. So that's something I just kept with me the whole time.
Thank you, Jaden.
Appreciate y'all. Thank you.
Jaden Daniels today with the media, always very, very impressive. A lot came out of that conversation, but like the idea of him getting there early, young wide receivers joining him, including Luke McCaffrey now for the old Breakfast Club. Follow the Stafford Cup model. Can't beat that. More on what Jaden Daniels had to say and our show field trip that we've got planned for tomorrow. Next on Grant and Danny. At the top of the hour, we'll get you ready for the Nats and the Tigers. We're done at 6:10 tonight. 6:40 first pitch in Detroit. 30-minute Charlie and Dave pregame ahead of the ball game. So we'll get out of the way at 6:10. But start a next segment. I want to call attention to my favorite Jaden Daniels answer today, something he said that people should be really happy about. So we'll do that right at the top of the hour. It is Grant and Danny here on The Fan, and we do have a show field trip planned for tomorrow. So without further ado, Danny, you want to inform everybody where we're going to be tomorrow afternoon?
For many moons, our little guy, our little Ryan Clary, who has blossomed, who has flowered, who has gone out on his own. He and his pal, they live together. They are young men out and about, right? Ryan's lost 257,000 pounds, numbers approximate. He's a man living on his own. He started to chatter a little bit about his culinary acumen. He's been letting us know that he didn't just lose this weight organically. He lost it because he's making himself delicious and nutritious meals. There's been a lot of talk about Clary casserole.
One particular meal that stands out.
The Clary casserole.
Pretty much the meal that he makes. There's occasionally some salmon or something else that he'll mix in. But he's a big fan of the Clary casserole, which to me looks like, and I'll let you describe exactly what it is, but it looks like when my mom used to make chicken voila, or she would just buy this bag of like chicken and maybe some noodles or vegetables that were thrown in there. But he's just chirping constantly about
Yeah,
how
it's
much,
chicken, then you go, voila, it's done. Yeah.
how much we would love this Clary casserole.
So there was an incident when you were out on Friday that I don't know how caught up you are. I was not hungry. I was not eating. Okay. Ryan has said, we were like, oh, it's so good. Why don't you just bring us some if you're so desperate for us to try? And he's like, no, it's got to be at my house. It's got to be exactly where I live 14 seconds after it comes off the stove or
He's
whatever.
worried about how it's going to travel.
So all of a sudden, last Friday, he's here. He's got Clary casserole. He's got extra. So now all of a sudden, he's doling it out. He's letting everybody try it.
Oh, you guys were trying the Clary casserole.
So Darius tries it, likes it, says it's really good, right? I'm like, yeah, I'm like, it's not that I don't trust you or don't care. I'm not eating anything right now. I'm not hungry. I'm fine. I don't want anything. I'm doing the show. I'm fine. He would not stop talking about it. Got really agitated. And that spawned this idea that we were going to go to the Clary residence on Thursday for lunch and eat Clary casserole.
So tomorrow, we start the show late because the Nats are playing, because of course they are. We couldn't possibly have gone 3 days without a game in the middle of the day, right here in the middle of Grant and Danny. So before we come into the studio, we will stop by Ryan's house in Arlington for Clary casserole. Are you ready?
Of course I'm ready. I'm actually going to be going tonight to get some groceries for tomorrow. I mean, it's
What do
pretty
you have to
easy.
buy?
I just have to buy chicken and mixed vegetables. And they are frozen mixed vegetables, but I must say they are kind of grilled over a stovetop, I guess you could say. Not really grilled, but it's in a pan. You guys will see the process. You'll see how I make this.
We'll get to see it.
It's like 5-10 minutes. Food will be on the table. I think by 1:15 tomorrow, I'll be at the pool from 12 to 1.
Any sauces?
Oh, well, you'll see the fridge when you get there tomorrow. You guys will get the tour of the apartment. You'll just be my guest. Shoes will be on there. Like, you guys will be the kings of the castle there. You will see everything.
How much cleaning are you going to have to do at the apartment before we come over?
Believe it or not, like, we are actually very clean.
They keep it sparkling.
We
That's
keep
scouting report.
it. Yeah, we keep it very clean. So there will be no cleaning. I mean, I'm sure we might have to clean some corners there, here and there. Maybe in my room.
Hide some things.
Might have to hide some things, but other than
Especially
that,
if Danny brings
My
his boys.
children might be there.
the children.
Any rules for the children? Anywhere they should avoid?
I'd probably say avoid my bedroom
Why?
and as well as Dylan's bedroom. It's just there's some things in there you may not want to see, but other than that,
wonder what.
Other than that, I mean, the kitchen. We got 2 silly couches. I mean, we got a whole playground in that Clarendon bedroom, or apartment rather.
I've heard about the
Grant and
playground.
Danny show trip is born right here on The Fan. Tomorrow, we will be at Ryan Clary's apartment eating Clary casserole as a show.
It's a pretty big road trip.
It is.
For us.
So kitchen table situation. Everyone's going to be gathered around like a family.
So we don't have a kitchen table. That is one little thing that we don't have. What we do have,
One little thing.
It's a little thing.
I just love how he
It's a
said
little
it.
thing.
That is one little thing that we don't have. Okay,
so
no problem.
We do have a high top table with 2 seats on there, but that is kind of taken up with like clothes and just other stuff that just kind of linger around in the living room.
It does sound clean, yeah.
It is cleanest room.
I mean, no.
everything.
Let me just, you'll see. There's like an iron up there randomly. There's like a weird picture and
Oh, the cleanest
some
place
drinks.
ever.
It's a dude's apartment, man.
I mean, it's like we have mixers and stuff. I mean, it's usually it's just a cluttered table.
Mixers for alcohol?
Of course,
Ryan.
I know. But here's what you'll do. You'll do it the classic way. We have a coffee table.
Okay.
We have 2 couches there. The TV's right in front of you. It's a 50-inch silly Vizio TV.
Love that.
We'll watch the Nationals. We'll eat clary casserole. It'll be right there. You might have to put it on your lap. That's fine.
Fine with that.
That's the experience.
Yeah.
It's like
I
a
love
picnic
that.
there.
You know what you guys need to get is those little eating tables, those little folding tables that you can put right in front of you.
But that's work. I mean, like it's just my roommate and I. Like
Yeah.
all we have to do is when it's just us. I mean, we have the coffee table there. We set our dinner there, and we just
I
eat.
love it.
You get a couple drawers for those clothes too.
Yeah, we could.
You go nuts.
We could. Yeah, you guys will see the apartment tomorrow. I mean, it'll be in peak condition.
Very excited.
You guys will
Love
like it.
We're gonna do a little room raiders. Bring a black light.
Sure.
Do you know
I'm not doing that.
Oh, I know that. Yeah.
do you know that show?
Oh, yeah. I don't think you'll need a black light.
What else, Darius? What was room raiders? I don't remember. They had like a whole kit, tongs and stuff.
Yeah, it was a very extensive kit, and
Yeah.
I don't think we want to bring that to Ryan's
No, we
house.
will not be.
We'll
We're
think a
gonna-
lot differently of him.
Yeah, we're gonna leave that out. I think.
You'll see some colony pizza stains. Maybe.
Yes, there we go. That's what we'll see.
Ladies and gentlemen, lunch
The show field trip.
at Ryan
I'm excited.
Clary's home.
I'm excited.
I think clary casserole is going to be fine.
It's seasoned chicken. Well, it'll be good.
Yeah, we're
will
going to
be.
crush it. Any sides? Can we do a little mashed potato or something?
Well, the sides is the mixed vegetables. It acts as if it's like a rice bowl, except it's mixed vegetables. So it's a
Okay.
casserole.
It's a
So-
casserole.
Not a starch or anything.
No, there's no starch.
No. It's mixed vegetables.
A
It's
healthy
healthy.
meal.
It's silly.
Very good. Well, we look forward to it. Full report tomorrow on the field trip to Clary's place. Next, what Jaden Daniels said today that should very much excite Commanders fans. Stretch Run of Grant and Danny, the exclusive sponsor of our show, makes this program possible. Thanks to Kandori and Murad. They'll guide you and your family in the right direction. The law firm will help you draft a will, set up a trust, create a power of attorney, schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys at kmlawyers.com, and be sure to tell them we sent you if you want a discount. That's kmlawyers.com. Another chance for you to win a 4-pack of Giant Barbecue Battle tickets tomorrow, right here at 6 o'clock at this time, 24 hours from now, on Grant and Danny. Short show tomorrow because of a day Nats game. Couple of Commanders notes for you. Number one, second-round defensive lineman Johnny Newton has signed his rookie deal with Washington. That is good news. We don't know if Johnny Newton is going to be ready for training camp or if he'll be on the field in week one because he's coming back from foot surgery. We do know, though, that they expect him to make an impact sometime early this season and that his recovery seems to be going well, even though we haven't been given a timeline.
Yeah, that certainly, you can't rush to any judgment. Nobody knows anything, but Washington fans, I think it's okay if you're a little bit concerned and leery. Until everything's fine, it's not fine yet.
First part of this answer from Jaden Daniels was awesome today. Loved this. Listen to the question he's asked about being a star quarterback in D.C. and what life has been like and what he had to say about that.
I ain't a star quarterback. Yeah, I got a long way to go. I'm a rookie to answer that, but just coming out here and just being able to experience different things. Like, that was my first time throwing out a first pitch. That was my first time going to a soccer game and just seeing the atmosphere, seeing different sports, and be able to just go out there and support them, coming into a new town, a new community, and be able to go out there and support, showing them love. So when our season come around, the players at the Nationals game or, people on the Team USA for soccer want to come to a game, they can come show love too.
Quote, I ain't a star yet. I have a long way to go, end quote.
Love it.
Humble, man. Whether that's what he's saying or how he feels or both, I don't care. He is doing all the right things, saying all the right things.
It's hard not to run someone else under the bus when I'm complimenting him here on this, but you're going to know who I'm talking about probably. A couple names will spring to mind. There's a difference between the I've arrived, now the work begins, versus I made it, I've arrived. The highly touted number 2 overall pick who has all the adulations, all the accolades, all the everything, shows up on campus and says, this is what got me here. I'm going to work even harder. I'll be there at 5:45. I'm going to do all the extra things, everything I possibly can, versus I made it. I've arrived. I'm a star already. I'll take this one over the other one.
Quick Nationals note for you. Mackenzie Gore was scheduled to pitch in Detroit tomorrow. He will not. They're going to push him back to Friday in a home start at Nationals Park. Patrick Corbin, who was skipped originally in this Tiger series, will pitch tomorrow. Mackenzie Gore dealing with something of a fingernail problem. He has had blister issues in the past, so I don't necessarily want to use the B word, which is bad for pitchers. But he's got something going on with his hand, his finger. They think giving him another day, or 2 days in this case, I guess.
So it doesn't sound too significant, thankfully.
Right, will help him out. So they're expecting him to pitch on Friday, but it sounds like he will not pitch tomorrow. So expect Corbin to be on the hill. With that in mind, let's get you your starting lineup and pitching matchup for tonight's Nats-Tigers game, presented by the Window Man. Since 1989, the Window Man has been the educational window company. Get your free, no-pressure in-home estimate at thewindowman.com or at their Fairfax showroom.
Behind our guy, Jake Irvin, leading off, playing shortstop. See, Jake Abrams batting second in right field. Lane Thomas batting third in left field. Jesse Winker, cleanup hitter Eddie Rosario. He's your DH. Luis Garcia gets a start at second base, batting fifth. Joey Meneses at first, batting sixth. Caber Ruiz behind the dish, batting seventh. Nick Senzel in the 8th spot, playing third base. And your guy, my guy, our guy, Jacob Young in center field, batting ninth.
The starting pitcher for the Nationals tonight is 27-year-old Oklahoma product Jake Irvin, a Minnesota native, the 6'6" right-hander. 13 starts, a 3.12 ERA. He has been fantastic. 75 innings, a whip of 1.03, a find and a gem, a steal of sorts as a 4th-round pick in 2018. Seems like the Nats have finally developed themselves a quality starting pitcher. He opposes right-hander Reese Olson, a 24-year-old for the Tigers. Olson was actually statistically one of the best pitchers in baseball until his last 2 starts. He's been rocked pretty good. Gave up 5 earned runs at Boston, and then home against Milwaukee last time out, 12 hits and 8 earnings. Think about that. 13 runs given up in his last 2 starts, and his ERA is still 3.4. He was statistically cruising, had been one of the best pitchers in the sport. So
hard luck guy with a 1-7 record, by the way, and a low 3s.
But hopefully they can get to him before he gets it lined back up for Detroit tonight. So Irvin Olsen, your pitching matchup. Rare series at Comerica Park in Michigan. One of 6 ballparks your boy's never been to.
I've never been there either. It's a shame.
I want to hit that one. American League Central is a little bit of a blind spot for me. I also haven't been to the White Sox. Used to be U.S. Cellular. Now it's guaranteed rate. Never been to that one.
Is it though? I guess it is. I don't
Have
know.
you been there?
No, I haven't. Been to Wrigley, obviously, but I haven't been to the South Side.
Yeah, I go to Chicago and go to a baseball game. Probably just going to go to Wrigley.
Yeah, I might just go to that one.
For Darius, Clary Casserole. Danny, I'm Grant saying so long.
Thank you for coming.